Chapter 725. The law creation tribulation was beyond the imagination of everyone in this universe. Even the families with the deepest foundations and the longest legacies didn't know about this. This was because the events of the immortal ancient chaos era had long disappeared in time. To everyone's astonishment, this heavenly tribulation that shook the entire universe lasted for a total of 7 years before the chaos sea gradually calmed down. However, the sacred prince, Fire Qilin, and even Yin Ryu couldn't get close to the chaos sea because they could clearly see that there were extremely terrifying flames burning there. The chaos was shaking as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart. They could vaguely see that the chaos sea seemed to have turned into a placenta that was nurturing these people. Endless runes appeared within it and continuously poured into these people's bodies. Large amounts of chaos sea collapsed, turning into the purest true chi that poured into them. "Looks like they've made it through," the sacred prince said softly. The law creation tribulation is stronger than the great emperor tribulation. It continuously struck for 7 years, and no great emperor in history could withstand it. However, it clearly couldn't do anything to them. Fire Qilin also said, "I just don't know what their so-called new system is." To be able to create such a method, they might have obtained some great benefits from the tribulation. Zhang Bairen also said. Everyone fell silent. They were all geniuses who had been struck by lightning tribulation since the beginning of their cultivation. They knew very well that the more powerful the tribulation, the more terrifying the opportunities it contained. An unprecedented Dharma creation tribulation like this would definitely contain an enviable fortune. Perhaps we might really be able to see a true immortal in this world. Fire Qilin sighed softly. At this moment, he thought of his father who had failed on the path to immortality. If his father hadn't died and joined, perhaps he really could have become an immortal rumble. In the chaos sea, endless energy poured into these people's bodies, causing their charred bodies to glow with new vitality. The law creation tribulation was the greatest opportunity in the world. At the end of the age of emperor collapse, the immortal kings who created the immortal ancient cultivation system almost used the law creation tribulation to break through to the immortal king realm. During the chaotic era, Heavenly Emperor Huang used the law creation tribulation to strengthen his foundation, creating the most solid foundation for him to break through to the immortal king realm. Currently, the Dharma creation tribulation that Zhou Tong and the others had experienced, although it was not as good as Heavenly Emperor Huang's, it was only a short 7 years of heavenly punishment. However, in these 7 years, be it Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, the Azure Emperor, the Ruthless Emperor, or the Blood Phoenix, all of them had improved by leaps and bounds. It could be said that Yi Fan and the Blood Phoenix had been reborn after the Dharma tribulation. Ruthless had benefited a lot as well. He was about to complete the final stage of the worldly immortal realm. As for the Qing Emperor, he had completed the last step with the help of the thunder of the Dharma creation tribulation. He had merged the 1,296 worlds in his body into one and was only one step away from the birth of the Heaven's Core imprint. On the other hand, the physical body of the Heavenly Emperor that Zhou Tong had used as an experiment had improved tremendously. The heavenly punishment he had endured was almost twice as much as the Qing Emperor. He had even directly used the power of the Dharma creation tribulation to give birth to the Heaven's Core imprint in his inner world. The one who had improved the most was naturally Zhou Tong. He had endured 60% of the thunder tribulation, so naturally 60% of the fortune in the Dharma creation tribulation was concentrated in his hands. In just 7 years, his entire person seemed to have undergone an unimaginable transformation from the inside out. This is the Dharma creation tribulation. It has only been 7 years. This feeling is simply like living a new life. Zhou Tong was also very shocked. The fortune of the Dharma creation tribulation was too great. If my estimation is not wrong, my lifespan is almost 150,000 years. Zhou Tong had already made some guesses based on the terrifying vitality coming from the gate of potential in his body. If before, he wanted to become a war immortal, he needed to skip 2 or 3 lifetimes of Tao fruit to become an immortal. Now, he was only 1 or 2 lifetimes away from becoming a war immortal. If my calculations are correct, the current me is already equivalent to Yi Fan, who was at the peak of the 7th generation in the original work. Zhou Tong calculated in his heart, but the power of this Dharma creation tribulation does not seem to come from this world. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. He was thinking about the source of the fortune in the Dharma creation tribulation. If this power came from the shrouding the heavens world, then there was no doubt that this world might be ruined. Perhaps in the next 1,000,000 years, no one could cultivate to the Tao confirmation realm. Because the fortune of the Dharma creation tribulation was too great, if it was supported by the shrouding the heavens world alone, it would definitely be damaged, and it would take at least 1,000,000 years to recover. The only possibility was that this power came from the chaos outside the world or from other worlds. Perhaps this was the rule that was branded in the heavens. The source of the power of the Dharma creation tribulation is very similar to the Immortal King tribulation. This thought emerged in Zhou Tong's heart. The power of the Immortal King tribulation did not come from a single world, but more from outside the world. So, if I want this world to recover to the immortal ancient era, I must give birth to an immortal king. Zhou Tong's heart gave birth to a trace of understanding. Only an immortal king had the qualifications to decide the rise and fall of a large world. Even a true immortal could not do it. In the chaotic ancient era, if Ouching and the others did not attack Huang Tiandi, allowing him to smoothly become an immortal king in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the current shrouding the heavens world would not have such a periodic difficult Tao era. Instead, it would have become more and more prosperous, even returning to the peak of the immortal ancient era. Zhou Tong's heart gave birth to countless emotions. Perhaps I can think of a way to restore this world to the peak of the immortal ancient era, so that the cultivators of this world will no longer envy the immortal domain. After all, this world was the hometown that raised him. Perhaps in the future he would leave this place, but he still wanted to leave something behind for this hometown, such as reviving the great Tao of heaven and earth and strengthening the origin. When Huang Tiandi became an immortal king, he was willing to repay this world and make it flourish. I may not be unable to do all this. Zhou Tong secretly made up his mind. First, I will set a small goal to pass the immortal king tribulation in this world. At this time, he looked around. Yi Fan and the others had all recovered and were quietly comprehending the harvest of this Dharma creation tribulation. And since I have already reached this step, and I have also found a way to sever the chaotic body and turn into a mortal, then I might as well directly become a war immortal. However, the moment Zhou Tong decided to break through to the war immortal realm, suddenly, an inexplicable qi appeared, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The entire outside world actually slowly turned into a cauldron, refining everyone. Chapter 726. What? As soon as this aura came out, everyone was shocked. There was actually someone in this world who wanted to beat them up, pick the peaches, and take away the Tao fruit they had comprehended and the fortune in the Dharma creation tribulation? No, this aura. It's him? Very soon, the Lotus Emperor came to his senses, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He already knew who had come. Di-Zun, you're still alive. Yi Fan roared. He had been with the Di-Zun's immortal cauldron for a long time, so he was very familiar with this aura. Yi Fan's earth-shattering roar exploded in the entire chaos sea. Zhou Tong was not surprised. The Dharma creation tribulation had a great impact on the entire world. How could the Di-Zun not notice it? Zhou Tong already knew the Di-Zun's goal. The Di-Zun wanted nothing more than to refine the world into the world cauldron. However, why didn't the Di-Zun act earlier? Why did he wait until Yi Fan, Vicious, No Beginning, and Duanda, the 4 mortal immortals, were here? The reason was simple. The Tao fruits of these mortal immortals were necessary for the Di-Zun's world cauldron. The Di-Zun's plan to refine the world cauldron was not to become an immortal, but to become an immortal king. With the 9 heavens and 10 earths as the walls of the cauldron, and the world and the crevice as the cauldron, he would refine the 3 mortal immortals at the same time. In the end, he would completely surpass the mortal immortals and reach the supreme immortal king realm. However, there was no doubt that the Dzune's plan to break through to the immortal king realm had failed. This was because the mouth of the cauldron was not aimed at the crevice world, but at the chaos sea where Zhou Tong and the others were. Moreover, he did not have the 3 mortal immortal Dao fruits he wanted. Therefore, the reason why the venerable sovereign had launched his plan at this moment was very simple. He knew that if he delayed any longer, Zhou Tong would soon gather enough worldly immortals, and all his calculations and arrangements would be completely for naught. "That's right, it's me." The Dzune's voice was majestic, overlooking the ages, refining a cauldron. "This entire world is now my cauldron. I will take you all to become immortals." The sovereign's voice rang out. He wanted to refine everyone's Dao fruits and return everything to himself. The ancestor had finally appeared. He had been waiting in the dark for countless years, but now he could not help but make a move. "Aren't you being a little too optimistic?" Formation diagram. Appear. Zhou Tong abruptly opened his mouth and shouted. Suddenly, 2 array diagrams appeared in the universe. They were the spiritual treasure array diagram and the array diagram that Zhou Tong had made with the skin of the undying emperor. As soon as the 2 spirit arrays appeared, they immediately turned into 2 nails and fixed themselves in the void, doing their best to interfere with the formation of the world cauldron. It wasn't just these 2 array diagrams. The divine realm Zhou Tong was and also emitted a hazy halo. It was like a giant, emitting a brilliant golden light that suppressed a large part of the starry sky. Now that 3 nails had appeared, the speed at which the sovereign's world cauldron was forming had obviously slowed down. Yifan was also a little surprised. He did not expect that Zhou Tong had already known something and had prepared beforehand. Even Emperor Ruthless looked at Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix with some surprise. "It's useless. I have already refined the entire mortal world. It's just 3 mere nails. They will soon be refined. That universe will be destroyed and become my cauldron. I will put you all in it." The sovereign's voice was cold and full of majesty. "How ruthless! Not only do you want to refine us, but you also want to destroy the entire mortal world." Yifan was shocked and angry at the same time. A trace of fury flashed in his eyes. 3 places? If that's not enough, I will do it too. At this time, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar also made a move. As he made his move, a path in the Big Dipper starfield emitted a hazy, immortal light. That was the path of immortality in the North Pole ice field. This path had been tampered with by the Blood Phoenix. Now, it was like a rope that pulled the entire universe and did not allow it to change. Not only the Big Dipper starfield, but there was also a 9 Phoenix cauldron that stood in the universe and fixed a large area of starfields. Zhou Tong had already known about the sovereign's existence, so he had also made some arrangements. For example, he had secretly removed some of the array patterns left behind by the sovereign. At the same time, he had also set up some array patterns in some star fields to fix the universe and prevent it from being refined. "I will add another stroke," the Lotus Emperor sneered. At the same time, under the ground of the Big Dipper, the Desolation Tower broke out of the seal. This tower grew rapidly and expanded to the size of a star field in the blink of an eye. Countless galaxies lingered around it and fixed a large area of the starry sky. Although the Lotus Emperor had been resurrected, the Desolation Tower still contained a large area of failed immortal domain that he had created. In a sense, the Lotus Emperor could still control the Desolation Tower. With the help of the Blood Phoenix and the Lotus Emperor, as well as Zhou Tong's previous arrangements, the sovereign could not refine the universe in a short period of time, even though his cultivation was extremely high. The sovereign had long carved many runes in the mortal world, hoping that one day he would be able to refine the world into a cauldron and obtain the supreme fairy weapon. Unfortunately, all his efforts had been in vain. Zhou Tong had already noticed this and had secretly removed many runes with the help of his Blood Phoenix incarnation. He had also suppressed some of his arrays and fairy weapons at some key points, thus interfering with the formation of the World Cauldron. The Desolation Tower of the Lotus Emperor was the most powerful fairy weapon. Now that it had appeared, the sovereign was shocked. Back in the mythological era, the sovereign's so-called ascension to immortality was actually for his own benefit. However, he had inadvertently revealed some clues that had been discovered by others. As a result, those supremes had counterattacked. Even though he was attacked by a group of people, he didn't die for real. Instead, he faked his death for the sake of secretly setting up this matter. The World Cauldron can't be formed in a short period of time. But now, none of you have ascended to immortality in the secular world. How can you compete with me? The sovereign shouted, "As long as I kill all of you, I will personally remove these people. The World Cauldron will eventually be formed. You can't stop me with just a few of you." There's nothing to say to him. Kill. The vicious emperor was the most decisive. His hair fluttered in the wind as he took the initiative to attack the sovereign. He was terrifyingly powerful. Accompanied by a rain of light that danced like petals, the vicious emperor soared into the sky and directly slapped the sovereign with his palm. The rain of light filled the sky. This scene was simply like ascending to immortality. This kind of aura was so powerful that no one in the entire universe could withstand it. Even those geniuses who had broken out of their seals were trembling, almost surrendering. However, who was the vicious emperor's opponent? He was the first person since the heavenly Emperor Huang, the first immortal in the secular world. The sovereign was even more powerful than the vicious emperor. In the face of the vicious emperor's immortal force, he directly met it with a punch. Boom! This loud sound shook the universe and caused the universe to collapse. However, the result of this attack was obvious. The vicious emperor was directly forced to retreat. His slender white jade feet crushed half of the starfield. You have not ascended to immortality, yet you can take a blow from me. You should be proud, the sovereign said proudly. Chapter 7:27. Repelling the Empress with a single blow was something that had never happened since the Empress reached the Tao realm. Even Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, and the Lotus Emperor were shocked. The Dizun was too strong. So strong. Is this the so-called mortal immortal? Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. He could see that Dizun had not even used the secret of all, yet he had already defeated the Empress with a single blow. If Dizun were to use the secret of all now, the consequences would be unimaginable. So strong. Has he become an immortal? The Lotus Emperor also felt the pressure. The Dizun is so strong. No wonder he's the only mortal immortal in the world. Zhou Tong could not help but feel his blood boil. He, who walked the path of a mortal warrior, was far more belligerent than the other great emperors. He was eager to fight, especially to challenge the strong. Fight! Zhou Tong stepped forward and entered the battlefield in the blink of an eye. At this moment, there was nothing left to say. The only thing left was to fight to the death. Boom! Zhou Tong punched out, and the Dizun struck out with his palm. The two of them exchanged a violent blow that seemed to split heaven and earth, and the chaotic fog exploded. However, Zhou Tong also retreated after the blow. The Dizun's combat strength was too terrifying. Even the current Zhou Tong was far inferior to him. No wonder you're the biggest variable. You're even scarier than the Empress. In just 20 to 30,000 years, you've grown to this level. If you're given another 10,000 years, you might really be able to defy the heavens. The Dizun looked at Zhou Tong with a murderous gaze. For the Dizun, he would not let go of Zhou Tong even if he had to spare everyone here. With just one collision, he felt a real threat, a fatal threat. Zhou Tong's progress was too fast. It was so fast that the Dizun found it unbelievable. Defy the heavens in 10,000 years. You dare to call yourself the heavens? I'll kill you. Zhou Tong quickly stabilized himself and joined forces with Emperor Ruthless to fight the Dizun. Let's go as well. On the other side, Yi Fan, Blood Phoenix, Azure the Arch, and Prince Tian also joined the battle. For a moment, the 6 great experts fought a great battle against the venerable emperor. The entire cosmos' starry skies were trembling. Immortal light and chaotic energy almost tore apart the cosmos. Large expanses of the starry skies were extinguished. They fought to the edge of the cosmos and even slaughtered their way into the sea of primal chaos. The ancestor is not dead? How could this be? The emperors of the heavenly court from the age of mythology are still alive? When the news of this battle spread, everyone in the universe was shocked. The venerable sovereign didn't kill himself, nor did he transform into a forbidden zone. He relied on his own strength to advance, living bit by bit until now. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the venerable sovereign has become an immortal? Heavens! The venerable emperor has become an immortal? To prevent other true immortals from appearing in the universe, he attacked Celestial Tyrant Emperor and Celestial Emperor Huang. This is a war between immortals, something that has never happened before. Master? The prodigy emperor who broke out of the seal was shocked. He didn't expect his master to reappear. It wasn't just the emperor. As the battle escalated, countless people in the universe were terrified. This was because this battle was a sublimated version of a war between emperors, a war between immortals. According to history, even a war between emperors could cause countless starfields to collapse, let alone a war between immortals. No one knew what the consequences of this battle would be. However, the terrifying pressure coming from the edge of the cosmos made everyone's heart heavy. It was like a mountain whose peak couldn't be seen pressing down on their hearts, almost suffocating them. The prodigies who were close to confirming their Tao were all silent. This battle was really an eye-opener for them. What was the so-called great emperor in front of these people? Even the sacred prince had to admit that even if his father was at his peak, once he got close to the battlefield, he might be seriously injured by the aftermath. The group of people fighting in front of them could no longer be considered human Tao domain experts, but immortal realm experts. At this moment, in the edge of the cosmos, a group of 7 people had already entered the sea of primal chaos. Everyone's divine power and great Tao laws swept across the primal chaos, causing countless worlds to be born and destroyed. In just a short moment of fighting, the group of people had already suffered heavy injuries. Ruthless white clothes were stained with blood, and his body was cracked. Qingdi's hair was disheveled, and his body was almost split open by Dizun. Yifan's abdomen had a big hole from Dizun, and blood flowed all over his body. Blood Phoenix and Prince Tion's bodies were phoenixes, so they could quickly recover from any injuries, so nothing could be seen. However, their divine power was greatly exhausted. Among the group, the only one who seemed to be doing well was Zhou Tong. He had almost cultivated the imperishable scripture to the end. Whether it was the strength of his body or his recovery ability, he was the strongest among them. In contrast to Zhou Tong and the others, Dizun was unscathed. He was incomparably calm. "Fight!" Zhou Tong roared. His black hair was disheveled, and the primal chaos aura around him was even more turbulent. He had already unleashed the power of his primal chaos physique to the extreme. The primal chaos aura spread out and drowned the entire battlefield. At the same time, his tyrant ancestral body was fully displayed, and all the characteristics of the Vicious 10 appeared on his body. Although the tyrant ancestral body was a unique talent of the tyrant physique, Zhou Tong's primal chaos physique had evolved from the tyrant physique. Using the profound meaning of the primal chaos physique to evolve the tyrant ancestral body, his ancestral body was more harmonious, flexible, and powerful than before. A dazzling divine ring shone beside him, and one could vaguely see the mountains, rivers, grass, trees, the sun, the moon, and stars inside the divine ring. It was like a real world. Facing an opponent like Dizun, even Zhou Tong had no choice but to use all his strength. Boom! Zhou Tong activated his forbidden area and blasted down with his palm. Following his palm, the immortal phoenix wings, Kuan Peng wings, and Thunder Emperor wings on his back moved at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the sea of lightning transformed into stars one after another, revealing a starry sky of the universe. The most terrifying thing was that in this sea of stars, a Kuan Pung spread its wings and sword, leaping up from the sea of stars and attacking the nine heavens. On the other side, in the sky, an immortal phoenix danced in the nine heavens and charged down fiercely. At the same time, in Zhou Tong's palm, space and time were smelted, turning into the most terrifying cage. "You have some skills, but I'm tired of it," Di Zun sneered. In the face of Zhou Tong's attack, he only punched out. Boom! In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The Kuan Peng's huge body collapsed, and blood splattered everywhere. The immortal phoenix wailed and fell from the sky like the setting sun. Time and space were shattered, and the past and present were reversed. The entire primal chaos collapsed. Di Zun finally used his forbidden secret technique, the secret of all, which increased his strength tenfold. He was cold and emotionless. With a simple punch, the universe collapsed. The three wings on Zhou Tong's back collapsed in an instant. He coughed up blood from Di Zun's punch. The Blood Phoenix, Qing Emperor, and others on the side arrived in time and stopped Di Zun. However, Di Zun, who had decided to go all out, was not someone they could stop, as they had not yet become immortals. In an instant, everyone was seriously injured. Even Emperor Ruthless, who was the closest to the mortal-immortal realm, vomited blood. Chapter 728. In the Chaos Sea in the wasteland of the universe. Zhou Tong and the others were fighting against Di Zun. Even though it was 6 against 1, they were still suppressed by Di Zun. Even though they had used all kinds of methods to increase their combat strength, it was futile against Di Zun, the founder of the secret of all. No one could increase their combat strength more than Di Zun. Outsiders simply couldn't imagine what kind of battle Zhou Tong and the others had gone through. Even the geniuses of the ninth heaven, who had sealed themselves in the divine source, could only watch from afar through a large expanse of chaos. Terrifying blood, qi permeated the air. This battle was extremely tragic. I saw the blood of chaos, the blood of the divine physique, the blood of the Azure Emperor, and the blood of the Phoenix. The Sacred Prince said. He had opened his fiery golden eyes and saw a corner of the Chaos Sea. Bone fragments, that's the Empress. How tragic was this battle? Fire Qilin said in shock. Just a corner of the Chaos Sea that was occasionally torn apart was enough to shock them. Is this the strength of a true immortal? Is Di Zun really that strong? Zhang Bairan was also shocked. The past great emperors and ancient emperors were known to be able to go against the will of immortals. However, at this moment, even heavenly emperor-level powerhouses like Celestial Tyrant Emperor and Celestial Emperor Huang would have to bleed in front of Di Zun. The so-called going against the will of immortals of the past great emperors and ancient emperors had become a complete joke at this moment. In the Chaos Sea, the battle was still ongoing. At this moment, Zhou Tong had given up on all other methods and was using all his strength to activate his 3 forbidden secret techniques. Although he had also created many forbidden secret techniques after transforming into the chaotic body, he had used his combat celestial art, ancestral tyrant body, and fighting spirit furnace the most smoothly. Moreover, these 3 forbidden secret techniques had been fully upgraded by him and were even more powerful. The terrifying fighting spirit continued to burn and brew in Zhou Tong's body. This fighting spirit even spread to his 10 heavenly divine rings and burned fiercely to increase his combat strength. At this point in the battle, Zhou Tong's fighting spirit furnace had been raised to the limit. The surging fighting spirit was like raging waves crashing against the shore, turning into the most terrifying amplification power on the combat immortals art. This was the first time that Zhou Tong had activated the fighting intent furnace to such a level since he had attained the Tao. When he activated it to such a level, he vaguely saw the possibility of further improvement. The more he fought, the more excited he became. At the same time, the accumulated foundation of the Yang spirit world and the horizons opened up by different systems, as well as the benefits obtained from the Dharma creation tribulation, were all rapidly integrated into Zhou Tong's own system at an unimaginable speed. He was constantly becoming stronger. Fight! Zhou Tong roared. The war immortal art went all out. His palm emitted chaotic light. It was too terrifying, drawing in a large area of primal chaos, completely submerging this place. The Di-Zun shouted softly. He clenched his fist and met Zhou Tong's attack head-on. In an instant, the great Tao shook. The chaotic light and immortal qi completely enveloped the void around the two of them. The divine power between heaven and earth churned violently, spreading far and wide like a tide. The void was torn apart by the aftermath of their attacks. Zhou Tong was only at a slight disadvantage in this attack. It was completely different from before. He was only pushed back this time, and the injuries on his body were the kind of flesh wounds that could be healed in an instant. What? The Di-Zun's expression changed when he saw the result of this attack. His opponent's combat strength had actually slightly surpassed his own. He was actually about to lose in the field of combat strength amplification. Moreover, he had lost to someone whose realm was lower than his. He actually blocked it. Yi Fan, the Qing Emperor, and the others were shocked. This is the first time I've seen Zhou Tong's forbidden domain. The more you fight, the stronger it gets. As expected of you, to be able to create such a mystic technique. The more Yi Fan watched, the more impressed he became. Zhou Tong had actually found such a way to increase his combat strength. In the end, he even vaguely surpassed the Di-Zun's secret of all. Previously, Zhou Tong had also used the fighting intent furnace when he fought with many supremes. However, the battlefield of those battles was within the array diagram. Naturally, Yi Fan had never seen Zhou Tong use such a technique. In addition to admiration and shock, Yi Fan and the others were also a little worried. Such a mystic technique could even exceed the Di-Zun's secret of all in terms of combat strength. However, there must be some other risks. For example, the user had to bear a huge risk. Even the conditions for using it were far beyond the secret of all. However, even so, Yi Fan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they would not be completely defeated by the Di-Zun. With a glimmer of hope in their hearts, Yi Fan, the Qing Emperor, and the others attacked even more fiercely. They were almost burning their qi, blood, and divine power to fight. It could be said that even if they won this battle, Yi Fan, the Qing Emperor, and the others would lose at least thousands of years of life. Fight! Accompanied by Zhou Tong's second battle cry, his whole body glowed brightly. In particular, his 10 heavenly caves divine ring manifested endless great Tao profundities and various heavenly anomalies. For example, the dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, the immortal phoenix crying, the Kuan Peng leaping across the sea, the stars illuminating the blue sky. This was a genuine phenomenon. Moreover, there were endless formation runes emerging from the phenomenon. Every single one of them was like the most terrifying immortal Tao formation, unleashing a might that could reach the heavens and the earth. When Zhou Tong was still in the tyrant body, he did not have the time to study the endless anomalies born from his 10 heavenly caves divine ring. However, as he advanced to the chaotic body, the terrifying power of these anomalies was finally fully displayed. With the endless anomalies on his body, Zhou Tong and the Di-Zun's battle intensified. For a moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The great Tao rumbled. The laws intertwined. The universe shook and chaos opened. The battle escalated further. At this level, even Yi Fan could see that Zhou Tong must have had a further understanding of the battle, and his battle strength had increased tremendously. In the previous battle, Zhou Tong had withstood about 40% of the Di-Zun's attacks alone. Now, he was withstanding 80% of the Di-Zun's attacks alone. Even so, Zhou Tong was still clearly at a disadvantage. The Di-Zun, who had become a mortal immortal, was too powerful. The various anomalies and great arrays around Zhou Tong were forced away by the Di-Zun's power. They were constantly compressed. In the end, all the anomalies turned into a hazy halo that stuck to Zhou Tong's body. When he collided with the Di-Zun, Part of the anomalies was dispersed by the D-Zune and forcibly dispersed into Zhou Tong's body. As this part of the anomalies was dispersed and integrated into his body, Zhou Tong suddenly felt like vomiting blood. This was almost equivalent to him using his own anomalies to attack himself. His body was in intense pain. His blood felt like it was about to be ignited. Even his soul was extremely hot and was about to be burned to ashes. However, facing an opponent like the D-Zune, Zhou Tong had no chance to adjust his body. He could only forcibly urge the great Tao laws to activate the anomalies that had dispersed into his body and launch a series of fierce attacks against the D-Zune. During this time, his whole body glowed. His blood and qi surged. The terrifying power of the great Tao laws and anomalies impacted his body. However, at this time, while Zhou Tong's entire body was in intense pain, he actually felt a strange energy begin to spread through his flesh and blood, even seeping into his bones. Anomalies can be integrated into the body. Yes, I have the chaotic body now. It contains everything in the world. Naturally, it can accommodate anomalies. If I can completely accommodate the anomalies in my 10 heavenly caves divine ring, it's almost like integrating a large part of the world into my body. Zhou Tong's eyes were instantly opened. He saw a new world. This was a new direction of improvement. Chapter 729. Yes, I know. When you cultivate your visions to the limit, you have to integrate them into your body. The more visions that the D-Zune Emperor scattered during the battle, the more Zhou Tong understood the changes in his body. His Tao was not in his visions, but in his own body. Visions were indeed very strong when cultivated to the limit, just like the holy physique. They could be said to be one of the trump cards of the holy physique. However, Zhou Tong did not need these powers. No matter how strong his visions were, they were just visions. What he needed was to integrate these powers into his body and completely transform them into the power of his own body. At this moment, he also thought of the profound meaning of the martial arts of the Yang God world, which was ever-changing and vacuum-shattering. My Tao doesn't need so many strange phenomena. I only need to cultivate a single body, just like the myriad changes of the human immortals' martial Tao in the Yang spirit world. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, rivers, and plants are all me. I only need to refine one body, ever-changing, and that is me. The moment he realized this, Zhou Tong could not help but let out a long roar. The visions and formation patterns outside his body completely disintegrated and shattered, as if they were completely shattered by the vacuum-shattering power of the Yang God world. Then, all of this turned into light and fused into his body. For a moment, Zhou Tong clearly felt the blood and qi in his body boil. He could not help but become restless, wanting to risk everything to fight the opponent in front of him. At the same time, his aura became even more terrifying and intimidating. Boom! At this moment, a phantom that was exactly the same as him appeared in Zhou Tong's body. It was the condensation of all the essence of his body and the great Tao, like a divine fetus. Huh? This aura? The ancestor was shocked. At this moment, he also felt a chill run down his spine. Zhou Tong's thread in his heart had suddenly increased by a large margin. Moreover, the change in his body had a similar feeling to his own, similar to that of an immortal. Breaking through to the mortal-immortal realm in the middle of a battle? No, it's a war immortal. D-Zune was shocked and angry at the same time. He no longer had the bearing of being in control of everything. In fact, he even began to burn his qi and blood in order to fight for his life. He had already realized that if he allowed Zhou Tong to break through, he might really fail. D-Zune D was confident that even if Zhou Tong really broke through to the mortal-immortal realm, he might not be a match for D-Zune D in a one-on-one fight. After all, D-Zune D had been comprehending this realm for hundreds of thousands of years, and even vaguely saw a higher level. However, the biggest problem was that this was not a one-on-one battle, but a one-on-one battle against 6 peerless powerhouses. In fact, The strength of Zhou Tong's group had already exceeded his expectations. There was already Zhou Tong and Emperor Ruthless at the front. Prince Tian and Emperor Qing, who had cultivated with a new cultivation system, were also ferocious. There was also Blood Phoenix and Yi Fan, who were far stronger than ordinary great emperors. Even the weakest among them, Yi Fan and Emperor Qing, would need at least 10 to 20 moves to defeat them, let alone if they joined forces. If Zhou Tong broke through at this time and reached the same level as Di Zundi, then this battle would be really difficult. At this moment, Zhou Tong's transformation had already begun. In his body, countless strange phenomena were constantly being shattered, turning into light and completely fusing into his body. At the same time, the divine fetus in his body was also gradually transforming. From a blurry shadow, it gradually became clearer, and in the end, it even emitted a bright light. The light was like a flame, and endless symbols of the great Tao condensed in Zhou Tong's body. The power accumulated by the 10 Heavens divine ring all these years began to pour into it, further accelerating the formation of the divine fetus. You want to break through in front of me? You're courting death. Di Zundi immediately attacked and pressed forward. At this moment, in the universe's starry sky, whether it was the wilderness of the universe or the various major star domains, everyone felt a terrifying aura that caused their souls to tremble. Even the 9th heaven's sky prides were shocked, and their bodies trembled. It was as if they had seen their natural enemy, a high-level life form. Stop him! Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar and Prince Tian roared at the same time and immediately attacked. 2 phoenixes were wrapped in a vast flame, spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. Red clouds filled the sky as they directly collided with the Di Zundi. At the same time, Yi Fan, Emperor Qing, and Emperor Qingren also attacked. Scram! The Di Zundi roared. His angry roar was like a heavenly tribulation that could destroy the world. It shook the starry sky, and the mountain peaks intertwined with each other, rumbling loudly. At the same time, the Di Zundi attacked with all his might. He punched each of them, and the physical bodies of the Blood Phoenix and Prince Tian were directly torn apart. The 2 of them almost exploded, and their blood splattered across the chaos sea. However, when he attacked, Yi Fan, Emperor Qing, and Emperor Qingren also came to hold him back. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Even if they had to suffer a blow from the Di Zundi, they still had to hold him back. While these people were holding the Di Zundi back, the endless avatars around Zhou Tong gradually dissipated. They were all shattered and integrated into Zhou Tong's body. Di Zundi, die for me. All of the strange phenomena completely disappeared. Zhou Tong roared towards the sky. His voice shook both the past and present, emitting a vast and terrifying aura. It swept through the starry sky like a wave, crashing against the shore. Kill! The Di Zundi's all-out attack finally forced Emperor Qingren and the others to retreat. His body was surrounded by brilliant divine light, and he fiercely punched at Zhou Tong with all his might. He was extremely powerful, and after using all his strength, his aura shook the void. His fist seemed to be surrounded by the river of time, and its power was unparalleled. Boom! Zhou Tong swung his fist and met the attack. Dang! At the same time, a bell rang, and Zhou Tong's dominating bell appeared. Wrapped in endless sound waves, it pressed down on the Di Zundi. For a moment, heaven and earth shook, and the chaos surged. The 2 powerhouses collided, and a large part of the sea of chaos was instantly shattered. The chaos exploded, and the universe was reversed. After that, Zhou Tong and the Di Zundi's figures quickly became entangled. Blazing immortal light and terrifying chaotic chi were like dazzling cold lightning, constantly streaking across the desolate universe's chaos. Then, a rain of blood poured down, and endless avatars appeared one after another. That was the evolution of the chaos. There were avatars of the creation of worlds, and there were also avatars of the end of worlds. The rise and fall of heaven and earth seemed to be blooming between the 2's fists. The entire chaos was boiling, and the battle was fierce. Even Emperor Qingrun and the others showed signs of not being able to intervene. However, there was no need for them to intervene because they only needed to stand at the side to deter the Di. This was because each of them had the ability to injure the Di, especially Emperor Qingrun, who had the ability to severely injure him. If the Di was too focused, it was very likely that he would suffer a blow from Emperor Qingrun. Chapter 730. In the Sea of Chaos. The Di was fighting with all his might. His entire body was bursting with brilliant light. His hand was like a divine sword as he slashed down at Zhou Tong. Vast sword light traveled for millions of miles, cutting through the void and cutting off time. Zhou Tong was also fighting with all his might. His fighting spirit was boiling, and the divine fetus in his body was condensing. His entire body was wrapped in brilliant symbols of the Great Path as he fought the Di. This was an unimaginable battle of life and death. Yi Fan and the others were also watching the two of them intently. They were healing their wounds and preparing to provide support at any time. At this moment, the Di was still suppressing Zhou Tong. This caused countless cracks to appear on the surface of Zhou Tong's body, and more cracks appeared. He looked like a broken porcelain. Although the damage to his body was getting more and more serious, the divine fetus in his body was exuding a vigorous vitality. It was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was undergoing some kind of unimaginable transformation. Roar! Zhou Tong roared. His fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. His blood was boiling, and he had fallen into a state of madness. The insights that his divine striking stone had brought to him from the Yang God world were constantly integrating with his own heaven-shrouding technique at an unimaginable speed. Originally, this process would have taken tens of thousands of years of meditation to complete, but now, under the pressure of the Di, he felt the most critical point. Then this kind of enlightenment was like a great river, flowing rapidly for thousands of miles. It was quickly completed in an extremely short period of time. Blood was splashing, his primordial spirit was roaring, and his body was breaking, but his strength was slowly increasing. The divine fetus in his body was even more dazzling. The accumulated power inside the 10 heavenly caves' divine ring was pouring into it. Even the power that Zhou Tong's divine striking stone had brought from the Yang God world was constantly pouring in. Kill! Facing the stronger Zhou Tong, the Di roared even more wildly. His black hair danced wildly, and a rain of blood poured down. He was doing everything he could to stop Zhou Tong's transformation. When the only mortal immortal in the world went all out, his battle strength was terrifying. Even Zhou Tong, who was still in the midst of his transformation, was beaten until he coughed up blood. More and more cracks appeared on his body. Boom! Finally, the ancestor's fist landed heavily on Zhou Tong's body. His body, which had been tempered by the indestructible scripture, was directly smashed into pieces. Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, and the others were shocked. The 5 of them immediately rushed forward and desperately tried to stop the ancestor. Di roared. His whole body was dripping with blood. One of his arms had been cut off by the Empress. He no longer cared about Yi Fan and the others obstructing him. Even if he was heavily injured, he would still chase after them and deal the final blow to Zhou Tong. Too late. However, at this moment, a loud voice rang out. A beam of light bloomed from Zhou Tong's shattered body. Zhou Tong's figure emerged bit by bit. It looked as if he had walked out of the river of time, step by step. In the beginning, he was only the size of a fist, but with every step he took, he would expand. By the time he walked out completely, he had already returned to his normal appearance. Zhou Tong directly faced the ancestor and punched out. Divine laws burst out, splitting heaven and earth, and opening up the chaos. Boom! Millions of rays of light flashed. In an instant, a large area of the Sea of Chaos was destroyed. Everything was completely destroyed in the collision between the two of them. The dazzling immortal light illuminated the chaos, and all the races in the universe were extremely frightened. With one blow, they were evenly matched. Both of them retreated at the same time. You? The ancestor looked at Zhou Tong. He was unwilling and indignant, but there was nothing he could do. This was because this opponent was already at his level. Even if it was a one-on-one fight, he was not absolutely confident that he could defeat this opponent. The most important thing now was that he had to endure the attacks of Yi Fan and the Lotus Emperor in order to save time. Now, he was severely injured. However, this opponent had completed his transformation and stood at the peak again. He was even stronger now. At the same time, a trace of confusion flashed in the ancestor's heart. Logically speaking, when his strength was not as strong as his, the consumption of energy should be even more terrifying. However, he did not absorb energy from the outside world. Even if he had undergone a transformation, he should be in a state of exhaustion. How could he be at full strength? Moreover, his combat strength after his breakthrough was too terrifying. He had surpassed the ancestors' hundreds of thousands of years of comprehension in the mortal world and mortal realm in an instant and reached the same level as him. What kind of doubt did he have? The ancestor was puzzled. In his opinion, Zhou Tong had too many unsolved mysteries. Ancestor, your path has come to an end. When Zhou Tong's eyes opened and closed, there was a kind of breathtaking power flowing in them, which shocked the ancestor. Zhou Tong now looked inside his body. The immortal blood flowing in his body was crimson and dazzling, and a magic power in his body had undergone a transformation. It was incomparably vigorous, and his aura was boundless and majestic. Every strand of his hair was as sparkling and translucent as immortal gold. After this transformation, he had completely cut off the chaotic body and returned to the mortal world of mortal body. In particular, Zhou Tong could now feel that the gate of potential in his body seemed to have endless power. During this time, something very subtle had been produced. This thing had completely cleared the scratches in his wheel of life, so that his wheel of life would always be spotless and radiant. This is the so-called mortal world immortal. As expected, my body has begun to produce immortal substances. Zhou Tong was delighted. However, he also knew that the mortal world immortal was not really immortal. If he was really imprisoned in a dry world where he could not absorb any energy from the outside world, his life would come to an end one day. This was because the mortal world immortal was only the lowest level of immortality. This kind of immortality was still dependent on the outside world. At the same time, all his visions were completely shattered and merged into his body, completely turning into Zhou Tong's own power. At this moment, the various mountain and river formations in his 10 heavenly rings were still there, but he no longer had the ability to transform them into visions. However, I don't need this kind of thing anymore. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, turned his eyes, and looked at the D-Zone. Now, let's fight again. He did not show any mercy and once again bombarded the D-Zone. Boom! Immortal clouds surged. The D-Zone brazenly counterattacked, also using the power of the mortal world immortal. The violent collision caused the whole chaos to be filled with shocking divine light. The chaos boiled like a vast ocean. The collision of the two mortal world immortals caused a world-destroying power to surge. It was extremely overbearing. However, Zhou Tong had already returned to his peak after the transformation, but the D-Zune had been severely injured. His advantage would only grow like a rolling snowball. After exchanging thousands of blows, Zhou Tong finally turned into a beam of immortal light and slammed heavily on the D-Zune's body. The D-Zune spat out blood, and all his bones were broken. Clang! The domineering bell, which had become an immortal artifact, rang and directly shattered the D-Zune's body. Even his primordial spirit exploded. The D-Zune had fallen. Chapter 731. The Venerable Sovereign is finally dead. The Lotus Emperor sighed softly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Zhou Tong had killed the Venerable Sovereign. Humph, you only have yourself to blame for trying to refine the entire human world. Yi Fan snorted coldly. The ruthless Great Emperor only watched silently. The Blood Phoenix and Prince Tian didn't say anything either. However, Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the Warlord Bell flew back to his palm. He looked at the Warlord Bell and saw that there was another blood-red imprint on it. It was the Venerable Sovereign's imprint. This imprint was simple but powerful. Compared to the imprints of other great emperors, this imprint had an indescribable aura and Tao. The Mortal Immortal, a quasi-immortal king imprint, was extraordinary. I've finally reached the Mortal Immortal realm. I didn't expect my path to becoming a War Immortal to be completed in such a way. Zhou Tong put away the Warlord Bell and sighed. According to his original method of breaking through to the War Immortal realm, even if he succeeded, it would take him tens of thousands of years to completely stabilize his realm. However, under the pressure of the Venerable Sovereign, he had completely integrated the results of the Yang God world into the heaven-shrouding technique and completely stabilized his realm. However, the 10 Heavens Divine Ring can be considered as my backup base. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he carefully examined his 10 Heavens Divine Ring. His breakthrough this time had completely depleted the accumulated foundation of the 10 Paradise Ring. The foundation that he and the Blood Phoenix's avatar had accumulated from 2 attempts to break through to the War Immortal realm had been completely exhausted. However, this body of mine, Zhou Tong's eyes flickered as he looked at his old body that had been smashed to pieces by the sovereigns and took it back. This old body had cultivated the indestructible scripture to an extremely high level after all. Moreover, it was a chaotic body. Now, the torn body had begun to heal on its own. This kind of healing ability was not inferior to the Phoenix's at all. My way of breaking through might be somewhat similar to the ruthless Great Emperor's way. Zhou Tong muttered to himself as he looked at his old body. He had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This body was very strong, much stronger than the ones before him. Moreover, this body still contained a fragment of his primordial spirit. These primordial spirit fragments were discarded by him when he transformed. Perhaps, if I continue to nurture this body, shatter it, and return it to myself, it will allow me to break through to the Immortal King realm. Ruthless buried her body in the nest of 10,000 dragons because she wanted to use the dragon chi in the nest to nourish her body. After all, there are remnants of her primordial spirit in each of her bodies. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment. The true fate of the god's striking stone in his heavenly paradise ring began to move. He directly chopped down the Bodhi tree of the 10 Heavens Divine Ring and carved it into a coffin. Then he set up some formation patterns inside and finally stored Zhou Tong's body inside. In the end, the stone directly sent the coffin to the center of the primordium ancient mine to be nurtured. After dealing with his body, Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and the others not far away. This battle has reduced your lifespan by thousands of years. Zhou Tong said softly, "It's okay. Although I've lost thousands of years of my lifespan, the Dharma creation tribulation has given me enough benefits. I'm confident that I can live a third life. Even if I fail, I can use the immortal divine medicine to extend my life for another life." Yi Fan seemed very optimistic. In the past 20 to 30,000 years, his true dragon divine medicine had ripened 6 or 7 times, and he'd harvested several fruits. As long as he wanted to, he could use the true dragon divine medicine to live a third life at any time. But it's about time. Zhou Tong didn't say much. Instead, he looked directly at the Blood Phoenix. The Blood Phoenix nodded slightly. The 9 Phoenix Furnace, which suppressed a large area of the starry sky, instantly turned into a stream of light and flew into the Blood Phoenix's palm. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out countless divine materials and supplementary materials. At this time, Zhou Tong also took out a portion of all the immortal divine medicine he'd harvested over the past tens of thousands of years. There were a total of 30 immortal divine medicine fruits. Fellow Taoist, your demon race immortal court is indeed powerful. You've even gathered the materials for the 9 Revolution Golden Pill. The Lotus Emperor's eyes lit up when he saw these things. In addition to Zhou Tong's 30 fruits, We should be able to refine 39 Revolution Golden Pill this time. Yi Fan was also very surprised. He hadn't expected Zhou Tong to have collected so many divine materials without anyone noticing. Ever since he'd verified his Tao, he'd also been collecting the materials for the 9 Revolution Golden Pill. However, he still hadn't collected enough. The materials for the 9 Revolution Golden Pill were very complicated. However, every 9 Revolution Golden Pill required the use of 1 immortal divine medicine fruit. 30 fruits could only be used to refine 30 Golden Pill at most. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. Most of these things were actually left behind by the sovereigns of the Forbidden Regions. In particular, the most important material for refining the 9 Revolution Golden Pill was the Primordial Life Stone. This thing was almost only produced in the Primordial Ancient Mine. There wasn't much of it in space. In fact, he also felt a little regretful. The sovereign had come out completely empty-handed this time. He didn't know where his treasures were. Otherwise, with the sovereign status, it would be even more terrifying. The pill formula for the 9 Revolution Golden Pill came from the sovereign. He definitely had more materials in his hands. Everyone, don't worry. After refining the 9 Revolution Golden Pill, I'll give each of you 3 pills. Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix incarnation kept all the materials into the 9 Phoenix Furnace. Then, his figure flashed, and he directly returned to Big Dipper. Although he said that he would give each of them 3 pills, it was actually just a total of 9 Golden Pill for Emperor Ruthless, Yi Fan, and the Lotus Emperor. Zhou Tong, the Blood Phoenix, and Prince Tian were actually on the same side. Everyone, I've gained a lot from this battle. I need to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a while. Zhou Tong said. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhou Tong immediately took Prince Tian, who was standing at the side, away. Then, Zhou Tong quickly broke through the chaos sea and returned to the universe's starry sky. On the way back to the divine realm, he also took Yin Ruyu with him. After that, the Lotus Emperor also bid farewell to Yi Fan and Emperor Ruthless. He also needed to leave. After the battle with the Sovereign, the inner world that he had painstakingly opened was a mess. He needed to recuperate. The space between Emperor Ruthless' eyebrows flashed. Little Nana landed beside Yi Fan. Her body turned into a ray of flying immortal light and returned to the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Yi Fan was the last to leave. He brought little Nana back to his heavenly court. With the return of the group, news quickly spread from the heavenly court and the demon race's immortal court. The sovereign was not dead. He tried to refine the human realm, but was killed by everyone in the end. The moment this news spread, everyone was shocked. The founder of the heavenly court, the sovereign, was actually not dead. Moreover, he had secretly planned such a thing. This was even more terrifying than the so-called dark turmoil of the Forbidden Lands. Tyrant Celestial Emperor, Celestial Emperor Huang, Celestial Emperor Yi, Female Emperor, Lotus Emperor. At this moment, a storm swept through the universe. Many sages shouted their names, spurring even more people. This was too shocking. They were equivalent to saving the world. On this day, all the powerful races in the universe came to the place where the few of them were. They came to have an audience with the great emperor. All kinds of cheers could be heard in the universe. This grand occasion lasted for a few months before it slowly calmed down. At the same time, the reputation of the few of them reached its peak. Even the ruthless emperor, who had been scolded for hundreds of thousands of years, was cleansed. Everyone could feel that the power of faith during this period was much more abundant than before. Chapter 732. At the same time, in the divine realm. I can't seal it anymore. Yin Ryu looked at Zhou Tong and sighed softly. In the past few thousand years, she had watched Zhou Tong and the others discuss the new cultivation system, and her cultivation had improved greatly. If not for Yi Fan's great Tao suppressing the world, she would have already confirmed her Tao. A normal God source indeed can't seal it, but Zhou Tong casually tossed, and Prince Tian appeared next to him. The moment Prince Tian appeared, he directly refined all the immortal substances produced by his inner world, turning them into a bright white ball of light and sealing it. At the same time, Zhou Tong made his move. Boom. In an instant, Zhou Tong directly cut off the heaven and earth origin energy, absorbing a huge amount of connate essence from the universe, and then smelted it into God's source liquid. Finally, he smelted the white ball of light into the God's source liquid, turning it into an immortal source. This is an immortal source. But why does it feel like something is wrong? Yin Ryu was surprised. Zhou Tong, this is a normal immortal source. The immortal source you usually see is just some immortal god source mixed with some immortal god herbs medicinal liquid. The real immortal source is actually a god source mixed with immortal substances. With this immortal source, even the current, you can seal it. Zhou Tong gave the immortal source to Yin Ryu. Wait until Yi Fan's great Tao dissipates. Then you can come out to confirm your Tao. After you confirm your Tao and give up the heaven's core imprint, then let Langer and Inger come out to confirm their Tao. A brand new cultivation system had been formed, especially since Prince Tian had cultivated the heaven's core imprint. The heaven and earth in his body could already give birth to strands of immortal matter, so Zhou Tong was not worried about letting his family members come out to prove their Tao. Moreover, having cultivated to Zhou Tong's current level, he could spend some time to summarize the general method of living a second life, and even create a longevity scripture. Even if he excluded the path of combat immortals, the only methods he knew and had experienced were the Willow Deity art, the Immortal Phoenix art, the Chaotic Body Transformation art, and the Mortal Transformation art. There were also some other longevity arts that Zhou Tong had comprehended. Although these methods might not be suitable for everyone, there were always a few that were suitable for their loved ones. Especially the Willow Deity technique, which was absolutely suitable for Yin Ryu, because they were both plants that achieved the Tao. Yin Ryu nodded slightly and brought the immortal origin back to the place where she had been sealed. After Yin Ryu left, Zhou Tong began to examine Prince Tian. Due to the large amount of immortal matter that had been extracted from the inner world, the origin of this world was damaged. It would take at least 10,000 years to recover. However, the world in Prince Tian's body is not bad, but it's a little monotonous. Zhou Tong looked at this world carefully and thought to himself, this world was not bad. It was not too big, about the size of the 3,000 Dao provinces during the ancient Chaos era. However, the resources in this world were too monotonous. The biggest mineral in this world was the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold. Before this world was formed, Zhou Tong had buried 1,296 Scarlet Phoenix blood gold seeds. Therefore, this world had already produced 1,296 Scarlet Phoenix blood gold mineral veins. Each mineral vein had Scarlet Phoenix blood gold and a large amount of accompanying divine material that was enough to refine great sage artifacts, Scarlet Divine Gold. Each mineral vein has about 200,000 kilograms of Scarlet Phoenix blood gold. All the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold added up to about 13 cubic meters of Scarlet Phoenix blood gold. Opening up a world is really different. The resources obtained are really too much. Zhou Tong sighed. Next, I can use Genesis arts to further strengthen my inner world so that it can produce more and more resources. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Moreover, the heavenly core imprint is only the first step. It can only be considered as a true immortal. If I want to take the next step, I'll need the world tree. As long as the inner world can give birth to a world tree, it can reach the immortal king level. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and looked at the direction of each mineral vein in Prince Tian's inner world. According to the principle of the world tree, any tree in the world has the qualifications to become a world tree. However, the stronger the tree, the easier it is to become a world tree. As for the trees in my hands, apart from the immortal divine herbs, this is the only one that barely meets the requirements. Zhou Tong looked at one of the divine trees in his 10 heavens divine ring. This tree emitted a bright blue halo and had a pure and holy aura. There was also a sea of chaotic qi surging around the divine tree. This was a divine tree that Zhou Tong had obtained from the Blue Devil clan when he had annihilated them back then. Back then, The Blue Devil clan's ancestor had a great opportunity and entered a chaotic, immortal land. From there, he dug out a heavenly tree sapling, which was this tree. After Zhou Tong obtained this tree, he had placed it within his 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, nourishing it with the aura of countless immortal divine herbs, cleansing it with the northern celestial light, and bathing it in the aura of the Great Way that nurtured divine spirits. After tens of thousands of years of nourishment, this tree had been reborn. Its power alone was not inferior to any emperor weapon. Zhou Tong directly placed this tree into the center of Prince Tian's inner world and mobilized the Heaven's Core imprint to fuse with the tree. Boom! The moment the Heaven's Core imprint fused with the tree, the blue divine tree instantly formed a mysterious connection with the entire world. Even the blue tree began to emit strands of crimson light. At the same time, the divine tree began to move. Its roots were quickly uprooted from the ground and slowly dissipated from the world. It was as if a new layer of space had been opened up where the tree was, and the divine tree was hidden in this layer of space. Its roots continued to extend from the void until they reached every corner of the world. The tree had completely fused with the world. A world tree. No, more accurately speaking, it should be the embryonic form of a world tree. I just didn't expect it to be so easy. Zhou Tong was somewhat astonished at the transformation of the tree. He hadn't expected that just the heavenly core imprint would be able to transform this tree into the embryonic form of a world tree. It was as if the birth of a world tree was countless times easier than he had imagined. However, it makes sense when I think about it. After all, this world has a master. The most important thing is the heavenly core imprint. If I want to deliberately create a world tree, I have to fuse it with the heavenly core imprint. Otherwise, if I wait for this tree to evolve on its own, who knows how long it'll take. Zhou Tong carefully observed every change in the tree, not wanting to miss a single detail. Chapter 733. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. The Blood Phoenix clone had already refined the 9 Revolutions golden pill. There were a total of 30 pills. Other than the 9 pills given to Yi Fan, Ruthless, and the Azure Arch, he still had 21 pills left. On the other side, in the divine territory, Zhou Tong was quietly organizing the immortality techniques that he had summarized. He had long wanted to summarize the immortality techniques for his family and descendants to see. He had long understood the profoundness of the Willow God technique, the Immortal Phoenix technique, and many other immortality techniques. Now that he had summarized them, it could be considered a magnificent feat that would benefit the world. He used the Tao Tribulation Gold to create a sutra and recorded his immortality techniques and various understandings bit by bit to guide his descendants. Now, this sutra had already filled 4 pages. It contained his 4 immortality techniques, the Willow God technique, the Immortal Phoenix technique, the Chaotic Body, and the Chaotic Divine Fetus. At the same time, on the other side, he was also watching the formation of the World Tree. This was not only a further experiment, but also a good opportunity to reaccumulate his own foundation. During this period, he even poured in the Thunder Jinshi that his divine striking stone had brought back from the Yang God world to nourish that side of the world and the World Tree. There were also treasures like the Origin Energy and the Sand of Light. Zhou Tong even did not hesitate to use the divine liquid born from his life, spring, to water this World Tree. With Zhou Tong's current mortal-immortal and quasi-immortal king cultivation, his life spring divine liquid was not inferior to the immortal divine medicine's medicinal liquid at all. It contained unimaginable vitality. After 1,000 years of watering, the world in Prince Tian's physical body gradually changed. As the World Tree grew healthily, the origin of the entire world was also rapidly recovering. This recovery speed was dozens of times faster than what Zhou Tong had calculated previously. In just 1,000 years, the entire world's origin was rapidly replenished. The World Tree gradually had some of the aura of a real World Tree. One could vaguely see that the quasi-World Tree was glowing. There were specks of light lingering around the tree. It looked like a river of stars. Even the leaves began to slowly change, as if they were supporting a brilliant star. These specks of light were projected from the space where the world tree was to the outside world, making the entire world brilliant. The starlight was like flowing water that illuminated the world. Zhou gaze didn't blink. He stared at this world and the world tree. His martial, Tao heavenly gaze was dazzling. He was seriously looking at the changes of the great Tao in this world. He was watching this world's heaven and earth turn from decline to prosperity. Without a doubt, this matter was of great significance to him. It contained unimaginable profundities, and it could even be said to have an extremely profound effect on him. Before reaching the Immortal King realm, cultivators were actually unable to truly break away from the world and exist on their own. Observing the changes in the great Tao of a world and the growth of a world tree was equivalent to capturing the trajectory of a world. Starlight shone as the world tree grew day by day. The world's origin also became increasingly abundant. Strands of immortal matter once again appeared in the entire world. The power of the entire world began to grow stronger bit by bit. It was even drawing in the power and laws of the outside world. However, I've reached a limit now. If I want this world to progress further, I'm afraid I'll have to find an unusual new world. Zhou thought to himself. However, I can experiment with the divine spirit. With a thought, Zhou directly chose a phoenix blood gold mine in Prince Tian's body. He paid special attention to it, allowing it to be nourished by the great Tao of heaven and earth. He even used the special lightning jinqi of the Yang God world to nourish its vitality. Zhou quietly sat cross-legged on the platform, carefully watching the changes in the Phoenix blood gold mine. Day after day, year after year, he watched as it was nourished by the great Tao of heaven and earth and gradually gained sentience. He watched as it was nourished by the lightning jinqi and gradually gave birth to Strand of Life. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years passed. In the Phoenix blood gold mine, a piece of Phoenix blood gold that was about 3 feet tall lay quietly in the mine. It was sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors. The divine gold had 9 orifices and 8 holes, constantly spewing out spiritual essence. It was also nourished by the essence of the sun and moon, as if it was alive. It's already nourished a divine fetus. All that's left is to continue, and it'll be able to nurture the first divine spirit of this world. Zhou thought to himself. However, this divine spirit still needs to be properly guided. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if it's like the divine spirits of this world, who often go against the heavens. By observing the process of the Holy Spirit's birth from nothing, especially from the perspective of the world, Zhou had benefited greatly. This understanding, in addition to what Zhou knew about the Feather Realm Emperor's understanding of the divine spirit transformation, merged completely and quickly turned into a brand new longevity technique. The divine spirit technique of the longevity techniques can be considered to have been perfected, Zhou muttered. He casually took out the divine gold pages that he had left behind previously and completely perfected the 5th page, turning it into the 5th longevity technique, the divine spirit transformation technique. However, since the venerable sovereign is already dead, and I've reached the level of a quasi-mortal king, there's no need to be so anxious for the time being. Zhou heart relaxed a little at this moment. The few mountains that had been pressuring him all this time were now only the most terrifying soul river, the underworld, the celestial emperor's burial pit, and the like. However, these things were still very far away from his current age. They were at least 1,000,000 years away, or even 1.5 million years away. He had become immortal 500,000 years earlier than Yi Fan in the original book, and 700,000 years before Yi Fan and the others had entered the celestial realm. In the original book, Yi Fan and the others had provoked the Soul River, the underworld, and the celestial emperor's burial pit, at least after they had become celestial kings. Otherwise, with the power of the Soul River, if they were not celestial kings, they would probably be easily annihilated by just one of their subordinates. As for the time it took for the mortal immortal to become a celestial king, Celestial Emperor Huang had used 500,000 years. No matter how talented Yi Fan and the others were, it was impossible for them to surpass Celestial Emperor Huang by too much. Therefore, in terms of time, it had been at least 1,000,000 years since the Soul River had become active. If it was a long time, it might have been a few million years. 1,000,000 years is not a long time, but it's not short either, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, it shouldn't be difficult to become a celestial king in 1,000,000 years, especially since I've already found the 6th secret realm that belongs to me. However, it's not good to blindly cultivate. After such a long time, it's time for me to move around. After becoming an immortal, there might be some difference in the state of mind when looking at those mortals. Chapter 734. Zhou Tong traveled alone in the boundless starry sky. Most of the time, he did not hide his figure and walked through one star region after another. A great path of immortal light spread out under his feet, allowing him to easily cross the starry sky of the universe at will. All the races in the universe were in awe when they saw him. Everyone knew that this was the celestial tyrant emperor's journey. Although few people in the universe had seen his real body, legends about him had never been cut off. The celestial tyrant emperor is invincible, immortal. Long live the celestial tyrant emperor. Wherever he went, there would be countless shouts and cheers, all of which came from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou Tong had pacified all the forbidden areas and solved the source of the dark turmoil. In particular, he had killed the D Zun who was trying to refine the universe not long ago, which earned the respect of everyone in the universe. Zhou Tong traveled alone in the vast starry sky. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, he had wandered around the universe for 3,000 years. He had witnessed the rise, growth, success, aging, and death of countless heaven's prides in the major star regions of this world. The essence of the world was very low in this world. In this world, even cutting Tao was a luxury. Those who could cut Tao could be said to be peerless heaven's prides. Along the way, not to mention quasi-emperors, there were not even many who had become saints. Along the way, Zhou Tong did not just look around. He had actually lived in a mortal world for a period of time. He had once left behind some of his Tao and Dharma in many places to bless the later generations. He had also once lived incognito in a mortal city for a period of time to experience the life of the mortal world. He had also once descended on some backward stars like a deity to pass down his Tao of cultivation. After becoming an immortal in the mortal world and gaining eternal life, Zhou Tong looked at the cultivators who were still struggling in the mortal world and felt completely different. Along the way, his state of mind was completely different from when he had been walking in the mortal world. He was like a god, high and mighty, overlooking the mortal world. During this period, he had also traveled all over the world, exploring the mountains and rivers, measuring the creation of the world, and further verifying his own Genesis techniques. It could be considered as laying a foundation for the improvement of the cultivation system of the inner world. Zhou Tong traveled in the mortal world for thousands of years before finally arriving at the Tyrant Emperor's ancestral star. Inside the Tyrant Body Ancestral Cave. Currently, there were 4 great mastery overlord bodies in the Overlord Body Ancestral Cave. Hun Zhan, who had fought with Zhou Tong in the past, had also cultivated to great mastery and sealed himself here to oversee the Overlord Body lineage. However, he was already old now. It's been a long time. Zhou Tong looked at the 4 great success Overlord bodies in front of him and was filled with emotions. His gaze lingered on Hun Zhan for a moment. That's right. After so many years, you're still so young, and your vitality is still so vigorous. Watching Zhou Tong's young look, Hun Zhan let out a faint sigh. At the sight of you, I feel like returning to the scene in the first level of the human race. The Zhou Tong in front of Zhang Tai was almost the same as the one Zhang Tai had seen before the first gate on the ancient road of the human clan. Both of them looked about 25 years old. You're no longer the overlord body or the primal chaos body. Have you turned yourself into a mortal body? Great success, overlord body. Azure Sea's eyes were deep. Both the overlord body and the primal chaos body have weaknesses, but only the mortal body is flawless. The secrets of how the overlord body transforms into the primal chaos body and how the primal chaos body transforms into the mortal body are all recorded in these 2 pages of scriptures. If you encounter any cultivators who are willing to progress like me in the future, you can pass this scripture down for me. Zhou Tong didn't say anything. He merely tossed out 2 golden pages of scriptures. These were the primal chaos body transformation and primal chaos body severing techniques that he had created. He knew that these 4 great success overlord bodies were willing to seclude themselves on the overlord body ancestral star, so they definitely couldn't give up on the glory of the overlord body lineage. They definitely weren't willing to sever their own constitutions like Zhou Tong had. However, this was only the choice of these 4 great success overlord bodies, and he didn't know if the descendants of the overlord body lineage would make the same choice. Hence, Zhou Tong decided to pass down these 2 pages of scriptures on the overlord body ancestral star. If there are any suitable ones, I'll pass them down for you. Kuan-gu accepted the 2 pages of scriptures. At this moment, the final great success overlord body, Xian Ming, suddenly asked, "What cultivation base are you at now? And what is the cultivation base of the sovereign you killed? How did the sovereign survive for several million years without seizing his own constitution? If I have to name it, this realm can be called secular immortal. Becoming an immortal in an era where it is impossible to become an immortal can be called secular immortal." Zhou Tong did not hide anything and directly said, "Immortal ascension." All of a sudden, the entire overlord body ancestral cave fell silent. All of the overlord bodies were unable to comprehend what was going on in their minds. Just as everyone was wondering if there were true immortals in this world, Zhou Tong had already ascended to immortality, becoming an immortal in an era when immortality was impossible. Sigh, we've actually already guessed that true immortals do exist after the sovereign appeared. Kuan-gu sighed. After attaining Tao, continuing to progress without seizing one's own power and living one life after another is the mortal immortal. My immortal ascension method is also in these 2 pages of scriptures. You guys should study it, and perhaps you'll be able to benefit from it. Of course, this isn't the only way to become an immortal. There are millions of paths to immortality, and perhaps there are still many paths to immortality that have yet to be discovered. Perhaps you'll be able to walk a different path to immortality. Zhou Tong sighed. After that, Zhou Tong chatted with the overlord bodies about some things on the overlord body ancestral planet, and also explained the path to immortality to them. He stayed here for 3 years before leaving. Before he left behind 99 Transformations Golden Pill. After leaving the ancestral cave, Zhou Tong arrived at a dynasty on the overlord body ancestral planet called the Great Zhou. It was a dynasty founded by his son, Zhou Lang, and it was the most powerful dynasty in the entire ancestral star of Tyrant Physique. The other few dynasties were basically ruled by the direct descendants of the few major clans of Tyrant Physique. As soon as he arrived, all of the divine temples in the dynasty lit up. All of the overlords and princes came to the capital to greet their ancestors and welcome Zhou Tong. "It's been a long time since I've been here." Zhou Tong felt a little emotional. Looking at the passionate and excited descendants below, Zhou Tong smiled and announced that he would be lecturing here for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, countless overlords of the entire Tyrant Body ancestral star came to listen to Zhou Tong's lectures. Even some self-proclaimed sages, great sages, and quasi-emperors came out to ask Zhou Tong about the Great Tao. After 3 years, Zhou Tong distributed some of the trinkets that he had casually refined with divine materials. For example, there were some weapons, formation diagrams, and some special objects such as bells, cauldrons, pagodas, and mirrors. Although these things were small toys to Zhou Tong, they were priceless treasures to the cultivators on the Overlord Body ancestral planet. It could be said that if it weren't for the limited materials, these things would be at least quasi-emperor weapons, or even emperor weapons. In the end, he left the great Zhou Empire an immortal bell refined with phoenix blood gold as the foundation of the dynasty. Chapter 735. The Tyrant Ancestral Planet was Zhou Tong's last stop. After leaving behind some treasures, Zhou Tong returned to the Divine Realm. I've been relaxing for over 5,000 years. It's time to work hard for the Immortal King Realm and the Sixth Secret Realm. Zhou Tong looked at the 9 profundity immortal herb in his 10 paradise divine rings. In the coming days, I can focus on studying the scriptures and heritage of the divine silkworms and see what the immortal king ancestor of the divine silkworms had gone through. The Sixth Secret Realm was the most important thing for Zhou Tong at the moment. As long as he could truly open it, even if it was just the beginning, he'd be able to enter the immortal king realm directly. If he couldn't open it, he'd have to do what Huang's Celestial Emperor had done. He'd either have to endure it for a long time or forcefully break through and undergo the Immortal King Tribulation. However, Huang's Celestial Emperor's method of forcefully passing the Immortal King Tribulation was extremely risky. Even if he did manage to break through, he'd only be the weakest Immortal King. Huang's Celestial Emperor had only truly broken through during the 500,000 years he'd been asleep. Strictly speaking, it had taken him 500,000 years to reach the Immortal King realm, but he'd reached the peak of the Immortal King realm right away. When he'd created the Sixth Secret Realm, he'd become an Immortal King powerhouse. In fact, the orthodox way to break through to the Immortal King realm was to create a Sixth Secret Realm that belonged solely to oneself. That was because the Sixth Secret Realm represented the Immortal King realm. But before that, I should keep trying and see if I can discover a higher realm. Different cultivation systems are the fastest way to improve. Zhou Tong knew full well that the main reason he'd become immortal so quickly was because his divine striking stone had taken a trip around the Yang God realm. Different cultivation systems provided different perspectives, allowing Zhou Tong to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth from a higher perspective. Without his trip to the Yang God realm, he'd need at least 100,000 years to truly become immortal. It's been a long time since I've carefully sensed the situation of Nine-Leaf Swordgrass, the Thunder Emperor, and the Kuan Peng. Zhou Tong immediately began to sense the situation of his 3 destinies. In his senses, the Nine-Leaf Swordgrass, the Thunder Emperor, and the Kuan Peng seemed to have appeared in front of him. Nine-Leaf Swordgrass. It's really been staying in one place all this time, never moving at all. The first thing Zhou Tong sensed was the Nine-Leaf Swordgrass. But what made him speechless was that this true fate was really similar to the Nine-Leaf Swordgrass from Immortal Ancient's last phase, always rooted in a certain place and never moved. But it's also possible that it's bound, so it can't move freely. Zhou Tong roughly guessed that his Nine-Leaf Swordgrass true fate was in a certain era in the past. Once a person interferes with history, there will definitely be restrictions. Even though Heaven Emperor Huang had returned to the age of Emperor Collapse, the space-time he was in was the most chaotic one. Almost no one could survive in that entire era. Therefore, when Heavenly Emperor Huang Tian dreamt of Imperial Fall, it could be considered a loophole because he chose an era that had almost no effect on the future. This also meant that apart from a butcher who still remembered him, there were no legends about Heavenly Emperor Huang left behind in the age of Emperor Collapse. Next is Lightning Emperor's true fate. After sensing this true fate, Zhou Tong immediately frowned. It was because this true fate seemed to be a bit unstable. Its condition didn't seem too good. It's not stable. What happened? Could it be that he encountered some fatal danger? Zhou Tong was also a little worried in the beginning, but he composed himself and quickly calmed down. Because of the experience of the divine striking stone's true fate, even if Lightning Emperor's true fate encountered some danger, it could return at any time, so it shouldn't die. Maybe it's a temporary danger. it shouldn't be life-threatening. Zhou Tong calmed down, and then he continued to sense the third true fate, Kuan Peng. After sensing for a while, Zhou Tong immediately nodded and said to himself, "It's a little different. It seems a little blurry. Looks like this true fate of mine has gone to some other place. Perhaps it's isolated in a certain danger zone. But it doesn't matter in my senses. Kuan Peng's true fate should be doing well, the safest true fate out of my three true fates. I just don't know where Kuan Peng's true fate is. Could it be in the immortal domain?" Zhou Tong had a rough guess. His Kuan Peng true fate was most likely in the immortal domain, which was why his senses were a lot more blurry. After all, if that true fate was really in the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient times, then the immortal domain really could be considered a danger zone, because at that time, the immortal domain was already in a danger zone state. Because of fear of the invasion of darkness matter, the entire immortal domain built all kinds of city walls and gates for defense. From a certain perspective, this kind of immortal domain really could be considered a danger zone. As for how Kuan Peng's true fate entered the immortal domain, that was unknown. Because even though the immortal domain was impenetrable, there were actually many loopholes that could be crawled through. He just didn't know what loophole his Kuan Peng found. However, I don't know if the reincarnation mirror can let my chaotic body reincarnate again. Zhou Tong suddenly had a whimsical thought. He looked at his chaotic body in his 10 paradise divine ring, which was enjoying the nourishment of all the divine power of the great path inside the divine ring, and he was a little expectant. However, when he pointed the reincarnation mirror at his body, he was instantly stunned. I see. If my life is really going to be reincarnated, it's equivalent to drawing out all the essence, energy, and spirit of my entire body and reincarnating. Zhou Tong had a flash of understanding in his mind. The reincarnation mirror, a divine weapon, didn't have any instructions, so all the functions were tested by Zhou Tong himself. Only when he really pointed the reincarnation mirror at his body would he know what would happen. If I can't maintain my original body, then forget it. Let my body slowly be nurtured here. Zhou Tong shook his head. The most powerful part of his old body was the chaotic body that was invulnerable and the imperishable scripture that was almost cultivated to the extreme. If he drew out all his essence, energy, and spirit and reincarnated, what was the use? The most important thing was that this body only had a few fragments of primordial spirit. If he really reincarnated, who knew how long it would take for him to recover his original memories? Who knew if he would still have the chaotic body? If he couldn't recover his memories, or reincarnated in an unfriendly family, who knew if he would be targeted by others when they saw such a strong body? So I have no choice. Zhou Tong sighed, and then looked directly at the other true fate in his 10 paradise divine ring. At the same time, he also poured his divine power into the reincarnation mirror. This time it's decided to be you, real dragon. Chapter 736. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the world was dark and gloomy. The sky was full of dark clouds, like a curtain of death hanging down from the sky. A gloomy and terrifying aura instantly filled the world. In the dark clouds that symbolized death, a huge and majestic castle was faintly discernible on the horizon. At the same time, blood-colored waves of air rushed out from the castle, causing the dark clouds in the sky to emit an unimaginable crimson color. The world was incomparably quiet, and there was a deathly silence. There was not a single sound. The castle gave off a vicissitude of time, as if it had traveled through time and space from ancient times. It was like a whirlpool of death, constantly devouring the endless aura of death. The rolling black clouds were like a whirlpool that slid into the city. The dark clouds slowly disappeared, but the scene there was even more terrifying and gloomy. Endless skeletons were floating around the castle. In the vast sea of bones, there was a towering castle, and there was an indescribable horror. Occasionally, a few human-shaped skeletons with gray wings would fly out from the castle, and the endless aura of death spread out majestically. Their empty eye sockets overlooked the isolated island below. This was an isolated island in the sea. On the isolated island, there were tiger roars and ape cries and ancient trees and forests. More than 90% of the entire island was covered by a primeval forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. All kinds of ferocious birds and fierce beasts ran rampant. It was a scene from the barbaric era. However, at this moment, a gloomy and cold aura of death suddenly cut through time and space, covering the sky and the earth. Suddenly, the island with the roars of savage beasts began to gradually quiet down. Only some ancient beasts in the deepest part of the island occasionally let out a few angry roars. The world was quiet. After a long time, the awe-inspiring and terrifying aura of death slowly disappeared. In the distance, a vast white sea of bones, carrying the ancient city, finally slowly disappeared in the sky above the endless sea. Only then did the island begin to regain its vitality. Dozens of dragon roars suddenly sounded in the depths of the island. At this time, the entire island gradually recovered its former vitality. At the same time, under a cliff in the depths of the island, there was a nest there. It was like a giant bird's nest, and its entire body was constructed from precious divine wood. Meanwhile, inside the nest, there were 5 eggs that were the size of millstones. Every single egg was sparkling and translucent like green jade, releasing dazzling radiance. Green, multicolored light curled about, making that place shine with resplendent divine light. The resplendent divine splendor illuminated the vegetation above the cliff. The eggshell was as translucent as a precious jade, and multicolored splendor circulated about. It was indescribably mystical. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. 4 of the eggs glowed brightly, and specks of green splendor fell into the egg in the middle. It looked like the 4 green moons were shining their own light, illuminating the egg in the middle. Meanwhile, the egg in the middle was being nourished by the other 4 eggs around it. It was circulating with an intoxicating radiance, and the green radiance lingered around it. It was incomparably beautiful, as if it was carved out of green jade. However, as the light flickered, the life fluctuations of the surrounding 4 dragon eggs continued to decrease, while the life fluctuations of the dragon egg in the middle rapidly increased at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, the essence of the world surged and turned into a vast ocean. It was as if the ocean had risen and poured into the egg in the center. Crack! Half a day later, the sound of the eggshell cracking could be heard. A crack finally appeared on the egg, and at the same time, a ray of green divine light shot out. Roar! A young dragon's roar came from the crack, followed by the kacha-kacha sound, which became louder and louder. Finally, the egg was completely broken, and a half-meter-long cyan figure staggered out of the nest, struggling to walk out. This was a figure that was entirely green, and it was flickering with green light. Its body was like a Tyrannosaurus rex, and its hind legs were extremely thick, allowing it to run half upright. It had a pair of slightly short upper limbs, extremely sharp dragon claws, and a huge green crocodile-like tail that swayed behind it, shining with green light and covered in dense scales. If one only looked at its body, there was no doubt that it was a young Tyrannosaurus rex, but this dragon's head was definitely not like a Tyrannosaurus rex's. This was a genuine dragon's head, with a camel's head and a horse's mouth. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of green, jade-like horns on its head, which looked no different from the horns of a sick deer. Buzz! As soon as it was born, the essence of heaven and earth rolled in, and the spiritual energy from all directions gathered around it, constantly integrating into its body, making its strength grow continuously. As the essence of heaven and earth merged into its body, the dragon's staggered footsteps quickly stabilized, and even its body grew slightly. But at this moment, the dragon was still a little surprised and angry. What the hell? What's going on? I'm a real dragon, a real dragon's life. Why did you give me a Tyrannosaurus Rex's body? Zhou Tong looked at his current body, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He was clearly a real dragon's life, reincarnated into a different world. But the result was that he became like this. This body, except for the head, was not similar to a real dragon. Damn, did the reincarnation mirror make a mistake? Why is this happening? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the angrier he became. He didn't expect that after reincarnating into a real dragon body, such a huge mistake would happen. Damn it, don't tell me there are no real dragons in this world. So I was reincarnated into the body of something closest to a real dragon. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt like he was tricked by the reincarnation mirror. This life of his could still barely be considered a dragon. But what about in the future? If his phoenix, Qilin, and other true fates were to be reincarnated, where would they end up? Would a phoenix reincarnate into a sparrow? A Qilin into a cow? What about the heavenly horned ant, 9 netherworld python? An ant? A wolf? Or even a step further, directly reincarnating into something unrelated to his own race? When he thought of this, Zhou Tong's heart became even colder. What if his phoenix true fate reincarnated into a snake, a bug, a rat, or an ant? A noble phoenix turned into a dirty rat in the sewers? Especially when these true fates were related to his 6th secret realm. If he messed around like this, wouldn't his 6th true fate be ruined? Zhou Tong became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Roar! In his fury, Zhou Tong suddenly opened his mouth, and a world-shaking dragon roar erupted from his dragon mouth. In an instant, the entire cliff was filled with sound waves, and the rocks and trees not far away were all shaken by this terrifying sound wave, releasing kacha-kacha cracking sounds. A large area nearby was completely destroyed by Zhou Tong's roar. Chapter 737. After roaring, Zhou Tong calmed down. Since his head was a dragon's head, he might be able to evolve into a true dragon in the future. There are many ways to transform into a dragon. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and began to think about the methods he had mastered. The true dragon had always been the form of the scaled demons. The Demon Emperor's scripture had a secret method to refine one's blood into a dragon. Not only the Demon Emperor, in the ancient chaos and the immortal ancient era, there were many secret methods to transform into a dragon. During the Shrouding Heaven era, there was the Demon Emperor Shui Yueqing who transformed into a true dragon. Before that, when the Huangtan Emperor dreamed of the immortal ancient era, he also saw a flood dragon that had almost evolved into a true dragon. However, if I sense it carefully, my body definitely contains the true dragon's bloodline, and the concentration of the bloodline is not too low. This world is not simple. Zhou Tong carefully sensed the bloodline in his body and finally received some gratifying news. However, it seems that there is something special about the bloodline in my body. However, when he was studying the aura of his bloodline, he suddenly felt that he seemed to have some kind of instinct. My body's instinct is urging me to leave the nest and grow alone. Why is there such a ridiculous instinct? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the stranger he felt. He was just a newborn baby. Logically speaking, he should have a mother to protect him. How could this be? What kind of strange world is this? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. He subconsciously turned to look at the nest where he was born. 5 dragon eggs, and only I hatched. My fertility is not low, but the success rate of hatching is too low. No, I absorbed the life essence of these dragon eggs. At first, Zhou Tong thought that these dragon eggs were naturally dead eggs. However, after careful observation, he realized that this was not the case. These dragon eggs must have been the same as him in the beginning. However, after he was born, he actually absorbed the life essence of his siblings. When he thought of this, Zhou Tong's heart suddenly revealed a trace of shock. Impossible! The birth of a true dragon should be an auspicious sign, not a violent scene like this. Logically speaking, my birth should cause the dragon aura in the dragon nest to become more turbulent and allow the other dragon eggs to be better nourished. The dragon race of this world is crueler than I imagined. Could it be that the dragon race of this world also have to go through a battle of seizing names? Zhou Tong quickly thought of the battle of seizing names enshrouding Heaven World's immortal ancient era, or even longer ago. The true dragon was known as the first race, but at the very beginning, not many people knew what a true dragon was, nor did they know what a true dragon was. There were even crocodiles, tyrannosauruses, winged dragons, and many other forms of dragons. Later on, various races competed for this title, and the final winner was the true dragon. If it's really a battle for the title, then we'll have a good fight, Zhou Tong thought. At the same time, a hint of excitement appeared in his heart. Zhou Tong's true fate was also filled with battle intent ever since his main body embarked on the path to becoming a war immortal. Rumble! A terrifying fighting spirit instantly shook Zhou Tong's dragon body, causing his blood and qi to boil. The light in his eyes grew even brighter, his fighting spirit soaring, filled with an unyielding fighting spirit, and even more so, an aura of invincibility. Crackle, crackle! Zhou Tong's aura and blood began to boil, and the power in his body began to reveal itself bit by bit. The pair of azure dragon horns on his head shone with brilliant azure light. Then the azure light trembled slightly, and unexpectedly turned into wind and thunder that filled the sky. He shook his head, and it was as if a god of thunder had descended. Immediately, endless azure lightning struck a huge boulder not far away. Crack! In an instant, wild winds howled and thunder shook the world. The large area where the boulder was located was filled with wild winds and specks of light, and a violent explosion occurred. That huge boulder collapsed on the spot, but when the lightning and wind dissipated, a large area of the ground was scorched black, and there was smoke rising from the ground. Occasionally, there would be arcs of green lightning jumping on the ground, controlling wind and thunder. This is the instinct and innate ability of this body. Zhou Tong only pondered for a moment and immediately mastered the ability to control wind and thunder. After all, this was only one of the most basic abilities of the dragons in this world. However, this ability allowed Zhou Tong to see a trace of this world's cultivation path. However, the most important thing right now is to leave for the time being. Zhou Tong did not continue to think about this world's cultivation path. Instead, he prepared to follow his body's instinct and leave this place first. Although he had not figured out the reason for this instinct, it could not be too bad. Roar! Suddenly, a low dragon roar sounded from the depths of the forest not far away, and then a gust of wind with a strong smell of blood rushed directly toward Zhou Tong. For a moment, the leaves in the forest fell, and the earth trembled. This huge dragon roar even caused the endless mountains to tremble. Then, Zhou Tong saw a huge monster appear. It was a figure similar to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was filled with a murderous aura, and its whole body was covered in a hazy green light. It was over 50 meters tall and had a single green horn that was 20 feet long on top of its head. Its pair of green eyes shone with a cold light, and its sharp teeth were like peerless divine swords, causing people to tremble in fear. A Tyrannosaurus Rex? No, it's my body's mother, but she doesn't look like me. At first, Zhou Tong wanted to run away, but he soon felt an aura that was connected by blood. He stopped, turned his head, and looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The moment Zhou Tong turned his head, the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately stopped, and its originally ferocious eyes became much gentler. Especially when it looked at Zhou Tong's head, there seemed to be a trace of joy. However, under Zhou Tong's gaze, the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not come closer, but turned around and left. It left? Does it know that it can't raise me? Also, what's with that joy? I clearly look different from her. Countless doubts appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. Looks like I'm not the only one with the so-called instinct to leave. This body's mother also has it. Perhaps this is the way of survival for dragons in this world. They have to leave their parents the moment they are born and work hard alone. As for that joy, could it be because my head is a true dragon's head, so it's happy? Perhaps the main theme of this world's dragons is not fighting for fame, but evolution. Zhou Tong took one last look at the back of the green Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then rushed into the depths of the forest without looking back. Chapter 738. Zhou Tong ran in the primeval forest to his heart's content. This Tyrannosaurus-like body, the lower limbs were strong and powerful, and the running speed was extremely fast like blue lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had turned over several mountain forests, and suddenly he heard a burst of splashing water. He followed the sound of water all the way forward, and finally came to the side of a cliff before nightfall. A large white curtain of water hung down from the cliff, like a hanging galaxy hanging halfway up the mountain, and the surrounding fog was pervasive, very spectacular. This place is not bad. For the time being, I will properly tidy up my current state here. Zhou Tong composed himself, and then quietly lay down on a large blue stone beside the pool, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the magical powers and power of this body. This body was considered a dragon, but it was born with some magical powers. This was both good and bad. The good was that it was innately extraordinary and could quickly progress, but the bad was that this kind of thing was not cultivated by oneself, and it would take some time to master these things. As Zhou Tong calmed down, suddenly the surface of his body flickered with a sparkling luster, and his whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of hazy blue light. The essence of heaven and earth constantly gathered here, and for a time, the spiritual energy around the pool was dense, and there was a faintly discernible multicolored light lingering here. This is the method of this world's dragons to become stronger: race inheritance or instinct. Zhou Tong very clearly felt that after the countless essence of heaven and earth poured into his body from all directions, it gradually began to circulate in a mysterious way. On the surface, he did not receive any inheritance, but the essence of heaven and earth naturally circulated in his body, and the circulation method was quite mysterious, and it was incomparably compatible with his body. Zhou Tong guessed that this should be the unique cultivation method of this world's dragons, and it was imprinted on every dragon's body along the bloodline. So there was a situation where there was no one to guide them, but they could cultivate on their own. This kind of thing was actually a bit similar to the orthodox true dragons of shrouding the heavens world. And when they were born, their bodies would be imprinted with the contents of the true dragon treasure technique. The dragons of this world, when they were born, also had some kind of imprint in their bodies, which would allow them to naturally begin to cultivate. However, although this kind of cultivation method is very exquisite, I think it should be more than that. At the very least, there should be some magical powers left. For example, I was born with the power to control wind and thunder. This kind of inheritance should be integrated into the bloodline. Zhou Tong continued to study his new body. The inheritance of the dragons couldn't be just a basic cultivation method. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how to use the power they cultivated. There would definitely be some combat techniques or divine abilities as an inheritance. Along with the research, Zhou Tong actually really developed a great divine ability. To be more precise, it was a divine ability that was dug out from the bloodline of this body. It was a very strange green light that seemed to be able to confine everything in the world. The power of imprisonment. Let me try it out. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the waterfall not far away. Then his body began to glow. Finally, he waved his dragon claw. Suddenly, buzz! A green light screen instantly appeared, as if a green moon was shining on the waterfall. Every drop of water flickered with this green light, and there seemed to be a layer of faint green clouds circulating between heaven and earth. However, the strange thing was that the waterfall suddenly became silent. The water that was flowing down suddenly froze in place, as if time had stopped. However, in the next moment, that layer of faint green light suddenly collapsed, and everything disappeared like smoke in thin air. Zhou Tong was also constantly gasping for breath. Although it was only for a short moment, this kind of divine ability was too strenuous. He had just been born, so it was naturally difficult for him to continue using it. To be able to confine the entire waterfall, its power is not bad, but it exhausted what little power I had in my body. Zhou Tong lay down again, quietly circulating the method of the dragon's inheritance. Suddenly, the starlight, moonlight, essence, the endless energy of heaven and earth once again condensed towards Zhou Tong. This was the first time he actively circulated this method, and the efficiency was countless times higher than when he was passively circulating it. A hazy glow enveloped his surroundings. Time passed little by little, and the night quickly passed. On the morning of the second day, the gentle sunlight shone through the gaps in the forest and fell on Zhou Tong's body. His breathing was steady and long, and the energy from the sun turned into rays of undetectable light that poured into his scales and accumulated in his body. Today was already the second day of Zhou Tong's birth. Last night, Zhou Tong had been diligently practicing the method of the dragons. Every time he circulated this method, he would have some different gains. His cultivation level was extremely high, so naturally his talent in cultivation was astonishing. Moreover, he could make some minor adjustments to the original method of the dragons according to his own situation. Every time he breathed, a large amount of essence entered his body. Zhou Tong guided this energy slowly into his flesh, blood, bones, and organs, causing his entire body to be filled with a brilliant divine glow, causing his body to slowly improve and his constitution to strengthen bit by bit. No matter which world it was, the essence of cultivation was actually the sublimation and transformation of oneself. If this body wanted to advance one step further and reach the true dragon body, this was even more so. Gu. But at this time, Zhou Tong's stomach suddenly began to growl. I'm hungry. Zhou Tong was somewhat speechless. He had not felt hunger in a long time. The most recent time he felt hungry was when his divine striking stone was just born in the Yang God world. After all, I'm just a newborn dragon. I haven't yet fasted, so the essence of heaven and earth I'm taking in isn't enough to offset my hunger. Zhou Tong turned his body, stood up, and re-entered the forest. But as soon as he entered the forest, the noisy forest suddenly became much quieter. Oh, they sensed the rich dragon chi on my body, so none of them dared to come out? Zhou Tong was stunned. I don't know the aura concealment method of this world right now, and I don't know if the true dragon treasure technique can be used. Zhou Tong carried a trace of doubt, and then directly used the dragon concealment secret technique of the true dragon treasure technique. This time, the casting of the technique was very smooth. Almost in an instant, the rich dragon chi on Zhou Tong's body completely disappeared. He was like an ordinary beast in the forest, without any pressure or aura. It's very smooth. It seems that the true dragon treasure technique is very compatible with the dragons of this world. Zhou Tong's eyes immediately lit up. Currently, he had not awakened any more of the dragon clan's magical abilities from the bloodline of this world. However, with the true dragon treasure technique in his hands, he no longer had any weaknesses in this aspect. However, I still can't use the true dragon treasure technique too much. I'm still just a baby. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be able to master this kind of magical ability that has never appeared in this world. God knows if anyone is watching me. Chapter 739. Zhou Tong concealed his aura and re-entered the forest. Not long after, he saw a huge wild boar jump out from the bushes not far away. Just as he was about to make a move, a roar suddenly rang out. He saw a huge black bear pounce over from a bush not far away. Its huge bear paw directly smashed the wild boar's head. It could be clearly seen that the wild boar was 4 to 5 meters tall, comparable to an elephant. This huge black bear was even more terrifying, as it was as big as a 2 to 3-story building. Especially the claws on its paw, each of which was a foot long and as sharp as a dagger, flickering with a cold light. Such a huge boar and bear, what a barbaric scene. This place is not simple. Zhou Tong concealed himself and quietly watched everything in front of him. Just as the big bear was about to enjoy the wild boar, he made a move. Swish! A layer of faint green light instantly burst out from his dragon claws and covered the black bear. Then, the black bear's body was directly grabbed by Zhou Tong with this green light and then heavily smashed to the ground. Boom! The big black bear's body heavily smashed to the ground, and a large part of the ground directly cracked. Countless huge rocks were completely shattered like tofu. At the edge of the broken ground, sand rustled down. Dead, this nearly 10-meter-tall giant bear was directly smashed to death by Zhou Tong's divine ability. Go back and wash it clean, barbecue. Zhou Tong did not use any divine ability this time. He directly used his dragon claws to grab the giant bear and walk back to the waterfall pool where he was. However, when he arrived at the waterfall pool, he was suddenly stunned. This was because an uninvited guest had appeared in his territory. This is a dragon? Zhou Tong put down the big black bear he obtained from hunting and looked at the strange dragon in front of him with some seriousness. It was strange because it did not look like a dragon at all. Rather than saying it was a dragon, it was better to say it was a qilin. It was a young dragon shining with purple light. Its body looked like a deer, but also a little like a horse. It had wolf hooves, dragon scales, a dragon head, and a pair of purple golden horns that shone with divine light. The biggest difference between it and the qilin was its tail. It was a crocodile-like tail, which was very similar to Zhou Tong's current state. Furthermore, the biggest difference between this dragon and the qilin was its temperament. The qilin was an auspicious beast, a walking auspicious sign. However, this purple dragon had a barbaric pressure, giving people the greatest sense of oppression. Of course, the biggest reason why Zhou Tong could tell that it wasn't a qilin was because of the instincts of this body. He instinctively felt enmity towards this dragon. He could even feel that as long as he killed this purple dragon, he would definitely be able to take the first solid step towards evolving into a true dragon. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel like only one of us can survive? Zhou Tong was a little surprised. This was because it was not just enmity and was related to the issue of evolution. More importantly, Zhou Tong could vaguely sense that this dragon had some kind of deeper karma with him. Could it be the dragons fight and grow step by step until they finally become true dragons? I keep feeling that this setting is somewhat familiar. Zhou Tong pondered. However, there was no time now. There was no time for Zhou Tong to continue pondering. This was because the purple dragon opposite him had also discovered Zhou Tong. It then opened its mouth and roared. Roar! An earth-shaking roar rang out. The rolling sound waves carried an incomparably frightening destructive power as they swept towards Zhou Tong. During this time, one could even see many purple ripples as they surged over at the same time. This sound wave was filled with extreme enmity and endless killing intent. It was obvious that the purple dragon opposite him had been completely dominated by its instincts and wanted to rush over to fight Zhou Tong. A dragon like me, who was born with mature and powerful thinking abilities, doesn't exist at all. Every one of them deeply believes in their instincts. Zhou Tong lamented in his heart. The little dragon in front of him was probably just like him. It had not been long since it was born. It might have been born in the past 2 days. It did not have much experience and had not even developed the ability to think independently. It firmly believed in its own instincts. However, Zhou Tong's eyes quickly became sharp. However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After killing you, perhaps I'll have a deeper understanding of this world. Roar! Zhou Tong also let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Green ripples spread out, and the air waves were like the roar of the ocean. They quickly rushed forward and collided with the dragon roar of the purple dragon. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred between the two. The green and purple sound waves collided there and did not stop for a long time. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the sound waves shook the forest. This collision almost shook a large area of the forest. There were even echoes of the two dragon roars circling in the distant mountains. At the same time, on the other side of the island, in a holy mountain, the vegetation there was verdant and green, and there were birds singing and flowers fragrant everywhere. The scenery was like a poem or a painting. Large patches of unknown wildflowers were blooming here, and there were also patches of towering ancient trees. Under one of the towering ancient trees, there was an old dragon that was all skin and bones crawling on the ground. This dragon was really too old. The dragon horns on its head had fallen off, and almost all the dragon scales on its body had fallen off. Only a layer of old skin was left sticking tightly to its bones. It looked like a skeleton dragon. This dragon's body was not very big. It was curled up under a big tree like a snake, as if it was already dead. However, at this moment, it suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the distant mountains with a pair of wise eyes. The figures of Zhou Tong and the purple dragon were both reflected in its dragon eyes. It leisurely said, "It's this era again. The Dragon Kings are fighting for supremacy. I wonder which race will rise above the rest and decide this era's Ediosaurus." At the same time, on the other side of the island, that's a dragon's roar, and it's the roar of a young dragon. The roar of a young dragon is not any weaker than that of an adult dragon. It's a dragon king. It must be a dragon king. A dragon king has been born. I couldn't find a dragon king after so long on the Dragon Island. I didn't expect it to finally be born, and there are two of them. These two dragon kings. I must snatch one of them. There seems to be a trace of hostility in the roar of the two dragon kings, and it's coming from the same place. Could it be that the legendary battle for the Ediosaurus is about to start? We haven't found a dragon king after waiting for so long, and now there are two of them. Furthermore, these two dragon kings are very likely to be the first to be born among this batch of dragon kings. They have an absolute advantage in the battle for the Ediosaurus. We can't miss this opportunity. All the youngsters who heard the two dragons roar ran toward the place where the conflict occurred with a face full of ecstasy. For a moment, the entire Dragon Island changed color. Chapter 740. Roar. The terrifying dragon roar shook the entire Dragon Island. Everyone turned their gaze toward the direction of the waterfall. Many youngsters rushed over one after another. As for Zhou Tong, who was confronting Purple Dragon, he also very keenly sensed that something was wrong. There were footsteps coming from all directions towards this place. There's someone on this mountain, and they're actually so fearless. Aren't they afraid of the dragons on this island at all? Countless thoughts and ideas flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. However, the purple dragon on the other side didn't give Zhou Tong any opportunity to make his move. After a clash of dragon roars, it was clearly at an absolute disadvantage. Soon after, it directly rushed toward Zhou Tong. That purple body drew a beautiful trajectory in the void. Like a purple dot crossing a large expanse of the void, it suddenly attacked. However, Zhou Tong didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he leaped up the instant the purple dragon was about to reach him. He didn't evade. Instead, he directly rushed toward the purple dragon. And the instant he got close to the purple dragon, his body suddenly changed direction in midair. With a slight turn of his body, that green crocodile-like tail swept across and chopped toward the purple dragon. Pah! A crisp sound spread through the entire valley. Zhou Tong landed on the ground very smoothly. However, that purple dragon's head was ruthlessly chopped by Zhou Tong's dragon tail. Its body directly tumbled in midair and fell heavily on the ground. It left a long mark on the ground. At the same time, a terrifying wound appeared on the purple dragon's cheek. Its skin was directly split open by Zhou Tong's attack. Even some purple dragon scales were split open by Zhou Tong's attack. Blood flowed out. After all, this was only a newborn dragon. In terms of battle skills, it was definitely inferior to Zhou Tong. With just one move, it was taught a lesson by Zhou Tong. What a pity! I'm also a newborn dragon. Otherwise, this attack would have already determined the outcome of the battle. Zhou Tong also felt a little regretful. But it doesn't matter. If we continue fighting, my advantage will become stronger and stronger. His battle experience and grasp of timing in battle were definitely not something that this purple dragon could compare to. However, even though the purple dragon was injured, its fighting spirit did not decrease. It did not seem to be aware of the terrifying injuries on its body. Its eyes were still staring coldly at Zhou Tong, but the purple light it emitted was getting brighter and brighter. It was brewing a terrifying attack. After Purple Dragon suffered a loss in close combat, he already began to think of using divine abilities to determine victory or defeat. At this time, the young people on the island had already rushed over and were watching from afar. As expected, it is a competition between two Dragon Kings. These are the first two Dragon Kings to be born on this island. In the future, they will definitely have a huge advantage in the competition for Ediosaurus. They've already started fighting? Oh, that Purple Dragon King is already at a disadvantage. It seems like this Green Dragon King should be a little stronger. These two Dragon Kings are so strong. This is a newly born Dragon King, but his strength is already on par with mine. It seems like we can only take action to seize the Dragon King after both of them are injured. These young people all watch from afar. The Dragon Kings were too strong. These young people did not have the slightest confidence in subduing a Dragon King. They could only wait for both of them to be injured and then take advantage of the situation. At this moment on the battlefield, the humans came so quickly. They rushed over so quickly, but they didn't approach. Could it be that they want to take advantage of the situation? It seems like I have to conserve some of my strength and end this quickly. Zhou Tong almost instantly judged the current situation. Boom! At this time, the pair of dragon horns on the Purple Dragon King emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the purple light was like a tide, drowning Zhou Tong. Roar! Zhou Tong suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Immediately, many of the weaker humans were stunned on the spot. Their minds went blank. At this time, Zhou Tong did not seem to care about the tide of purple light that erupted from the Purple Dragon King. He directly charged towards the Purple Dragon King. His aura was extremely condensed. It was like a peerless divine sword. In particular, the dragon horns on his head emitted a brilliant green light. The light turned into a lightning sword and wrapped around Zhou Tong's body. Crack! In just an instant, Zhou Tong's lightning sword destroyed the purple light attack on the Purple Dragon King's dragon horns. Then, he took advantage of the momentum and directly pierced the Purple Dragon King's body. Roar! The purple dragon immediately suffered a terrible injury. Its neck was directly pierced through by Zhou Tong's lightning sword. It immediately let out a sorrowful dragon roar. At the same time, the purple light on its body surged. Rays of purple light covered the sky and the earth. It was even more terrifying than the average sword light. Each ray of purple light contained a terrifying divine power. This was a divine technique that belonged to dragons. At the moment of death, the purple dragon's potential erupted. In the final radiance of the setting sun, it unleashed such a peerless attack. Buzz! However, what shocked the purple dragon was that the moment such a ferocious attack was about to touch Zhou Tong, a hazy green light bloomed. In an instant, all the purple light was completely frozen. This scene was like a time stop. The opponent's attack was frozen by a hair's breadth. After that, Zhou Tong's figure swayed. His entire dragon body turned into a green lightning bolt and heavily bombarded the Purple Dragon King's body. The pair of green jade-like dragon horns on his head also erupted with a round of bright lightning at the same time. Crack! The green lightning danced. Zhou Tong was incomparably brave. He erupted with the most terrifying divine power of thunder. For a moment, the place was densely packed with lightning, and all of them landed on the purple dragon's body. The sound of flesh and blood shattering was so clear that the purple dragon's body split open on the spot. In particular, when the lightning entered the purple dragon's body through the cracks, there was a burst of bloody light. The purple dragon's body completely disintegrated. Only its head was preserved, and it fell from the sky. Zhou Tong took a step forward and walked in front of the purple dragon's head. The head on the ground instantly collapsed and finally turned into a dazzling purple light that directly merged into Zhou Tong's body. This was the purest Edisaurus chi. It was not strength nor soul. It was simply chi that symbolized the identity of an Edisaurus. This power is the power of the evolution of the dragons of this world. Zhou Tong instantly sensed this Edisaurus chi. He also had it in his body. It was the most original green dragon chi. After the purple dragon's dragon chi merged into his body, his own dragon chi and the purple dragon's dragon chi perfectly merged, turning into an even denser green dragon chi. The dragon chi in his body had more than doubled. Give me some time to digest and absorb it. I will definitely be able to take another step forward. Zhou Tong was a little excited. As long as he digested this dragon chi, he would soon be able to evolve some of the characteristics of a true dragon. Moreover, his cultivation would definitely increase by a lot. Chapter 741. The Battle of the Edisaurus has begun, and the first dragon has already fallen. In the sacred land of dragons on the island, an old dragon sighed softly. However, this azure dragon's innate talent and combat instincts far surpass all the previous dragon kings. Perhaps he will be the Edisaurus that can reach the end. There is also a trace of indescribable regret and nostalgia in the dragon's eyes. Dragons were very strong, especially the dragon kings. After every dragon king was born, they would be the strongest prodigy in the world. However, it was a pity that all the dragon kings were destined to fight to determine the final Edisaurus. Without a doubt, this was the greatest loss to the strength of the dragons. However, it was also because of this that the dragons of Edisaurus could truly be called an invincible, peerless expert. It was also because of such cruel internal strife that every dragon king among the dragons was a battle saint. Seeing Zhou Tong's display of strength, it couldn't help but miss the Edisaurus path that it had walked before. At the same time, near the great waterfall, the group of people who were secretly watching the battle were all shocked. A dragon king had died in front of their eyes, just like that. It should be known that this was a terrifying existence that would make even the gods tremble when it grew up. This was the internal strife of dragons. This was the showdown between the dragon kings. Everyone looked at the remains of the dead purple dragon with a trace of pity in their eyes. If such a dragon king didn't die and follow by their side, how good would that be? The purple dragon king is dead, and this victorious azure dragon king has greater potential. Moreover, it is the first dragon king to be born. It has a high possibility of becoming a true Edisaurus. As long as we can subdue it, it will be an invincible fighter in the future. Use the trump cards given by your elders. A young man on the spot began to transmit his voice to the people around him. That's right, we must work together. I have a divine scroll given to me by my clan's ancestor. Perhaps it can trap this dragon. Another prodigy also spoke. The other prodigies also spoke one after another. Very quickly, they reached a very simple cooperation agreement. They could also see that if they were to fight one-on-one, none of them would be a match for this Azure Dragon King. They had to work together. As for who this Dragon King would belong to after they worked together to capture it, that was a matter for the future. However, at this moment, after Zhou Tong absorbed the purple dragon's Edisaurus aura, he didn't think too much and opened his mouth to roar, roar. After absorbing Daozu's draconic aura, Zhou Tong's dragon roar. His roar was like a violent explosion. The explosion, as if the mountains collapsed. Water splashed, the pool's water splashes, and the waterfall almost reversed. The nearby mountain rocks and trees nearby, the waterfall were all sent high up in the sky. The nearby mountains. Trees, and trees nearby. Were. Those human prodigies who were discussing how to deal with Zhou Tong also turned pale, and their brains stopped working. God was A. It. That was S. It. Then. That. them all the... What a cunning dragon. It discovered us long ago, but pretended not to know anything until now. One of the human sky prides had an ugly look on his face. They were still discussing how to capture this dragon, but in the blink of an eye, they were made a fool of. After defeating the Amethyst Dragon King, this dragon still hasn't used its full strength? Another sky pride revealed a shocked expression. This Azure Dragon King seemed to be a little too strong. What a powerful Azure Dragon King. Not only did he not use his full strength in the battle against a Dragon King of the same level, he even calculated all of us. With such intelligence, is he really a newly born Dragon King? Another Heaven's Pride had an ugly expression on his face. The strength of this Dragon King seemed to be beyond imagination. That's impossible. This Dragon King is not something we can subdue. The next step is to look around and see if there are any other Dragon Kings. Since 2 Dragon Kings have appeared, there must be other Dragon Kings. Many people were ready to leave. Countless geniuses could already tell that it was impossible for Zhou Tong, this Azure Dragon, to be subdued by these youngsters. At the very least, it would require experts of the older generation to take action. At the same time, Zhou Tong left the waterfall. He crossed a few mountains before finally stopping. He casually caught a 3-meter-tall bison in the nearby forest and started a fire to roast it. Finally, I can eat something. After the savage beast was cooked, Zhou Tong opened his dragon mouth and started eating in big mouthfuls. Not long after, the wild bull was in Zhou Tong's stomach. He then lay down and secretly circulated his energy. Very soon, the beef was digested. Then, strands of essence qi spread from his stomach to his whole body. At the same time, the essence qi of heaven and earth also condensed on his body. Rays of dreamy light lingered around his body. After obtaining another Daozu's dragon qi, Zhou Tong's cultivation this time had a qualitative change. The green scales on his body began to change. It was as if there were green ripples flowing on his body, shining brightly. Even Zhou Tong could clearly feel that his divine ability had become stronger. This place is indeed a place that can give birth to dragons. Just a bull I casually killed, and its meat contains such rich essence qi. After digesting most of the meat, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and stood up again. But I more or less know what this world is. A human-like smile appeared in Zhou Tong's dragon eyes. There are all kinds of dragons of all shapes and sizes. Moreover, they were all young dragons. The most important thing was that they only had the head of a real dragon. After killing one of these dragons, the most original dragon qi would fuse into his body. In addition to his own divine ability and all kinds of instincts that originated from his body, there were also those humans who came here. These countless things all had a very obvious symbol. They represented the origin of this world. I didn't expect it to actually be this world, the world of immortals. And the place I am at right now is the Dragon Island. And my identity is a young Dragon King. I am a Dragon King who broke away from the tyrannical dragon race. I am the Dragon King who is fighting for the position of Edisaurus. Zhou Tong said in his heart, "The dragons of this world are the cruelest. They are cursed. Edisaurus will never meet each other. Only when the old Edisaurus dies will a new Edisaurus be born. Otherwise, once 2 Edisaurus meet each other, several races of dragons will be exterminated." When he thought of the situation that the dragons of this world faced, Zhou Tong was somewhat speechless. It was precisely because the Edisaurus didn't meet each other that there would be this kind of Edisaurus fight every once in a while. Otherwise, if one Edisaurus was immortal and the second Edisaurus was born, in the long run, there would be a situation similar to the true dragons of this world. They would directly form the strongest race. At that time, they would become the supreme race, Edisaurus. Chapter 742. The World of Immortals. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt the danger before his eyes was endless. Since he had already reincarnated into the dragons of this world, then he was clearly born in the Kyushu camp. At this time, he would have to face all kinds of things from the other world. In the original work, there were quite a few dragon kings who fell in the ambush of the other world. Furthermore, this world's training system was also extremely out of the ordinary. Moreover, there were many branches under this training system. For example, martial artist, divine ability, spell master, psychic, and even the death world's bone-body evolution and flesh rebirth. However, no matter how these training systems changed, they were generally divided into 12 levels: Exuvia, Historia, Zephyrus, Nirvana, Longevity, Fish Leap, Perfected, Earth Penetrating, Heaven Penetrating, Zeus Shun, King Level, and Emperor Level. According to reason, the newly born Dragon Kings should be at Exuvia 5th or 6th celestial layer. Even if I am a bit stronger than the average Dragon King, I should be at most at the peak of 6th celestial layer. Zhou Tong thought in his heart. Transformation realm is not much of a problem compared to Heaven Shrouding Technique C of reincarnation. It's just that it's very strange. In this world's training system, apart from spell master, psychic, and so on, the others cannot fly in the Exuvia realm. If I encounter a practitioner of Heaven Shrouding Technique, I will definitely suffer a great loss. Zhou Tong thought in his heart. Being able to fly is a very important thing. If you can fly freely, then your fighting ability will increase by 1 level. At this time, even if the one who can't fly is stronger, he will still be suppressed. However, this world's training system should not be inferior to Heaven Shrouding Technique's quasi-emperor level at Zushun. I remember that in the Battle of Zushun, picking the stars and moon, refining the galaxy is something that can be done casually. In Heaven Shrouding Technique, one must at least have the strength of a quasi-emperor. Since I came to this world, I don't need to reach emperor level, but I must at least reach king level. Zhou Tong had already set a goal for himself in his heart. In this world, emperor level cannot exist. Once you reach emperor level, there is only one outcome, and that is to die, unless you can enter the origin world. However, entering the origin world was also a path to death, because the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had already planned to refine the origin world in the future. Once he entered the only true world, it would be the same as him imprisoning himself, and he would be a prisoner on death row. However, it didn't matter to Zhou Tong that emperors couldn't exist. At worst, he could just take advantage of the fact that he wasn't dead yet to return. The only thing Zhou Tong wasn't sure about was the reason why emperors couldn't exist on a deeper level. Why could emperors exist during the immemorial era, but not after? Was there a change in heaven and earth? Or was there some other reason? Without understanding this point, even if Zhou Tong had the ability, he would not dare to break through to the emperor level. This was because he was not sure if his body would be implicated if he returned to Shrouded Heaven World. Forget it. The Emperor Realm is still too far away. What I need to do now is to become stronger. Zhou Tong shook his head and no longer thought about the Emperor level. Instead, he thought about the Amethyst Dragon King that he killed. If I'm not wrong, that Amethyst Dragon King is the one that followed Lan Nuo in the original work. It is also the first Dragon King born in the original work. Zhou Tong recalled the figure of the Amethyst Dragon and quickly confirmed this point. But now the first Dragon King is mine. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart, "It hasn't been long since I was born, but I already have the chi of 2 Daozu dragons. Which dragon in this world can compete with me?" Zhou Tong got up and continued walking in the mountain forest. He wanted to continue moving forward. This dragon island was an incomparably huge island, and the dragons had lived here for countless years. There must be a dragon vein hidden in the mountain range of the island. As long as he can find the dragon vein and stimulate the dragon chi of the earth, coupled with his current state, he will be able to grow rapidly in the shortest time and reach a realm that no one in the younger generation can reach. Along the way, Zhou Tong found that the Genesis techniques he learned in the Shrouding Heavens world were actually similar to this world. His search for the dragon vein suddenly sped up. In a short span of 3 days, he found a mountain peak that looked rather special. It was a mountain that was glowing with multicolored light. Upon a closer look, the The multicolored light was divided into 7 colors. Occasionally, there would be 7 colored clouds lingering near the top of the mountain. The atmosphere was extraordinary. But when Zhou Tong truly stepped onto this mountain peak, he immediately discovered that the vegetation here was lustrous, as if it was carved out of jade. Every blade of grass here emitted wisps of clear light that ordinary people simply could not see. Even the mountain rocks carried wisps of purple qi, sparkling and lustrous. It's here. The core of the dragon vein on this island must be at the sacred mountain of dragons, but there's an old Edisaurus there. I'd better keep a low profile and use the small dragon vein of this mountain to cultivate. Zhou Tong began to measure the land here, carefully observing the surrounding terrain and trying to figure it out. This mountain was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Tong seemed to hear the roar of a dragon coming from the void. This was a place where dragons soared, which was just right for him. After circling around the mountain, Zhou Tong used his innate ability, the green light, to carve out a series of mysterious runes in the nearby woods. It's almost done. As long as I activate this terrain, I can absorb the dragon qi hidden in this dragon island. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. The azure light on the dragon claw soared, and finally he gently pressed on a rock. Qi! Immediately, a rainbow-colored radiance rushed out from the ground. It was very dense. It was simply like a waterfall rushing up to the sky. Moreover, it also carried with it the roar of a dragon. In the end, this dragon qi descended on Zhou Tong's body. Brilliant rainbow-colored radiance enveloped Zhou Tong's body for a moment. It was more like a rainbow-colored ripple spreading out from the surface of his body. Zhou Tong quietly lay on top of a rock and slowly operated the training method of the dragon race. He absorbed the dragon qi that emerged from the earth bit by bit. His body also slowly transformed. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Zhou Tong activated the dragon qi of the Dragon Island, that old Edisaurus on the sacred mountain of dragons suddenly opened its eyes. It revealed an astonished expression. He activated the dragon qi of the Dragon Island, and even the essence of the fallen Edisaurus. This old Edisaurus was astonished. It recalled the birth of that innate Edisaurus. That innate Edisaurus relied on the heavenly tree to gather the dragon qi of all the fallen dragons on the Dragon Island. After gathering the essence of the Edisaurus, it finally formed an innate Edisaurus. If this continues, a completely new Edisaurus will be born without a fight. The old Edisaurus looked for a long time, and finally closed its eyes again. Chapter 743. Within the mountain peak, the surging dragon qi continuously rushed out from the ground and entered Zhou Tong's body. This dragon qi was not only the dragon qi of the earth, but also the dragon essence and the essence of Edisaurus. The Dragon Island had existed for tens of thousands of years, and the dragons had also lived here for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown how many dragons had fallen here in the past. Among them, there were even some ancestral dragons that were buried here. Although most of these things were consumed when the innate Edisaurus was born to Zhou Tong, who had just been born, even a trace of the dragon essence and the essence of Edisaurus was enough to make him undergo a complete transformation. The dragon essence and dragon qi became denser and gradually liquefied. In the end, it formed a 7-colored viscous liquid on the surface of Zhou Tong's body, and a faint fragrance gradually drifted in the air. All of this flowed into Zhou Tong's body endlessly, baptizing his body. This was simply a strange scene. The dragon qi, dragon essence, and even the essence of Edisaurus were like the dew from a divine spring, nourishing Zhou Tong's body, tempering his body, and seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. Bathed in this almost liquefied 7-colored light, the green dragon scales all over Zhou Tong's body shone brightly. The dragon essence, dragon qi, and even the essence of Edisaurus all entered his body and rumbled. At this moment, his entire body was glowing, and green light bloomed all over his body. It was as if he was about to become an immortal. At the same time, ripples spread out from his body one after another. Zhou Tong's bones were crackling, and his flesh and blood were pulsing rhythmically. The green dragon scales on his body were also trembling and emitting a golden jade-like divine sound. There was an indescribable Tao rhythm, and amidst these countless strange phenomena, Zhou Tong's body also began to gradually change. First, his body began to grow. His body, which was originally less than a meter long, began to grow stronger. Then, his form underwent another transformation. He became more like a real dragon. This transformation lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, the dragon essence and Edisaurus in this branch vein were almost exhausted. At this time, Zhou Tong also stopped his cultivation. Accompanied by a brilliant green light, Zhou Tong walked out of the cultivation ground. At this moment, his appearance was completely different from before. Green scales flickered all over his body, as if they were cast from green gold. They had a cold luster and were filled with a sense of great power. Currently, his body was already 1.5 meters long, but his body was still that of a violent dragon. However, the brilliant divine radiance flowing all over his body showed that his body was already filled with extremely powerful and terrifying divine power. Especially when he raised his leg and took a step, he had a terrifying might that resembled a dragon's gait. And the biggest change was his tail. That tail that was covered with green scales was no longer that crocodile-like tail from before. Instead, it became even flatter. At the same time, the shape similar to a goldfish's tail began to appear. This was simply the tail of a genuine Edisaurus. Under the circumstances where no other Dragon King was born, Zhou Tong had already completed the first step of Dragon King's evolution. Another part of his body had evolved into an Edisaurus. If my current strength is quantified according to this world system, I should be in the Exuvia 9th celestial layer. Zhou Tong secretly estimated in his heart. Exuvia 9th celestial layer. I should be able to make contact with those humans. But before that, there is still one more method that I need to test. I didn't expect the dragon's ancient combat skills would also be passed down through the bloodline. Furthermore, it's these two moves. As soon as Zhou Tong thought till here, his body moved in a flash. Rumble, along with the sound of wind and thunder, Zhou Tong suddenly moved. A mysterious green radiance appeared under his feet. At the same time, one ancient pattern after another appeared. It was simply like an ancient miracle that broke through the obstruction of the river of time and appeared in the present. One after another dragon pattern appeared in the vicinity of Zhou Tong's powerful legs. Wherever his feet stepped on, a cracking sound was transmitted unceasingly. Especially towards the end, it was as if a sea of stars appeared. Every step he took felt like the stars were moving. He stepped on the starry sky. Dragon's ancient combat skill. Dragon countersteps. This was impressively the most powerful footwork among the dragon's ancient combat skills. Dragon countersteps. It was Zhou Tong's first time using this combat skill, so he wasn't proficient in it. However, along with each step he took, the number of steps gradually increased. Towards the end, every step he took caused green radiance and dragon pattern to ripple out. A sea of stars appeared under his feet. The radiance was resplendent. The starlight was glistening. Rumble. Finally, Zhou Tong stepped into the void. At the same time, the divine map of the sea of stars appeared under his feet. Zhou Tong directly stepped into the air. Step by step in the void, it was as if he was ascending to the heavens. When Zhou Tong flew into the air, he suddenly turned his feet, and his entire dragon body directly crashed into the cliff not far away. However, the moment he approached the cliff, his waist turned, and the Edisaurus tail swept out. Dragon's ancient combat skill, divine dragon tail whip. This tail sweep caused the wind to howl like thunder between heaven and earth. The force was like the roar of a raging sea. The momentum was vigorous and majestic. Before the dragon's tail touched the mountain rocks, The extremely dense, surging force had already crushed a large area of the cliff. The mountain rocks there were collapsed and swept across. This was a kind of unparalleled divine might, a genuine, unparalleled might. Merely the force of the dragon's tail sweep was enough to stir up the wind and thunder. It was invincible and unstoppable. Dragon countersteps and divine dragon tail whip. After the breakthrough this time, a total of these two combat skills emerged from my bloodline. The power is not bad. After Zhou Tong landed on the ground, he nodded his head in satisfaction. These two combat skills, in terms of power and level, should be at the same level as the secret techniques created by the Shrouding Heaven World's Great Emperor or Great Emperor. They were very powerful and could be used until the later stage. Next, I should work hard to break through to the Historia realm. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and said in his heart, Historia, the world of a mortal's training system. Once one reached this realm, they would begin to train their divine soul. As soon as they entered this realm, they would begin to come in contact with the great treasures inside their body. Training to this step was a process of excavating the body's potential. All kinds of treasures inside the body would be excavated and revealed. This step was also a process of knowing oneself, a process of opening the treasures inside one's body. The Historia realm already has some traces of the Shrouding Heaven technique. I have already begun to excavate my own treasures and potential. Zhou Tong thought in his heart, I wonder what kind of treasures my body excavated. Is it some secret technique of my Shrouding Heaven technique? Or is it some divine ability and combat skill passed down by the dragons of this world? Or is it something unprecedented? However, I don't need to be too anxious for the time being. I should stabilize my current Exuvia 9th celestial layer first. While I'm at it, I can refine the dragon's divine ability and combat skill. After all, it's another system. It's better to have a more stable foundation. Zhou Tong had been training on this mountain peak for a period of time. He was training the dragon's divine ability and combat skill. Chapter 744. Time passed by slowly. When Zhou Tong was training the dragon's battle skills and divine ability by himself on the mountain peak, on the other side, all the young experts of the human race began to wantonly search for traces of the Dragon King on the island. The appearance of Zhou Tong and that purple dragon was the sign of the birth of a Dragon King. Nobody wanted to miss this kind of opportunity. After all, subduing a Dragon King was very beneficial for their future. However, it had already been more than 20 days since Zhou Tong appeared in front of them last time, but they still didn't find anything. They didn't see any traces of the Dragon King anymore. All the practitioners on the island were guessing one after another about Zhou Tong's whereabouts. Some people thought that Zhou Tong had already gone into hiding. Some people thought that he went deeper into the Dragon Island. That's why this group of people was quickly divided into two groups. One group continued to search around the periphery of the Dragon Island, and the other group went deeper into the Dragon Island. Of course, during the period of searching for Zhou Tong, it was also a process of slaughter. Many people died because of this. However, just at this time, a terrifying event happened on the Dragon Island. Just today, a terrifying divine radiance suddenly appeared on that huge Dragon Island. Everyone on the island was dazzled by that radiance in an instant. They were unable to open their eyes. The Dragon Island above the boundless sea was like a pearl that had been wiped off the dust. It was incomparably brilliant. The radiance transformed into divine flames and soared into the sky, scattering the wind and clouds. At the same time, the entire Dragon Island was roaring. The dragons roared. The sound waves were like thunder, causing the heaven and earth to split open. The entire huge Dragon Island was shaking violently, just like an earthquake. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. All the practitioners were incomparably alarmed. They didn't know what kind of terrifying event happened here. They only knew that their souls were trembling. They felt terrified. The divine radiance covering the sky above the Dragon Island lasted for more than 2 hours before it slowly dissipated. But at this time, those practitioners on the periphery of the Dragon Island were alarmed to discover the sea area around the Dragon Island underwent a shocking transformation. The brilliant divine radiance moved unhindered on the boundless sea, causing the originally tranquil sea to set off a huge wave. The huge wave soared into the sky, as if it wanted to sweep away all the clouds in the sky. Everyone could faintly feel the sea contained an incomparably terrifying power. The taboo ocean within the radius of several thousand miles around the Dragon Island became deathly still at this moment. This area of the ocean was sealed off. This was a world-shaking, unforeseen event. The Dragon Island was located in the middle of the taboo sea in the first place. Ships couldn't pass through that place, but every few hundred years, this sea would once again be able to pass through it. This was how the youngsters on the Dragon Island entered the Dragon Island. However, what scared them the most was that according to history, every opening of the sea would last for at least half a year. But now, it was only 2 months before the sea was sealed again. Almost all the cultivators who noticed this collapsed. Because the sea was sealed, it meant that they would never be able to leave the Dragon Island, unless they waited for another reincarnation several hundred years later. Even if they trained on this island, the power of the gods was suppressed by this island. It could be said that they could only train up to Historia realm at most. It was impossible for them to have several hundred years of lifespan in this realm. It was too short. At the same time, on the other side, the moment the divine radiance appeared, Zhou subconsciously wanted to restrain himself after he let out the myriad dragon roar for the first time. But he quickly realized that kind of mysterious power that was guiding him to raise his head and roar towards the sky seemed to be conveying some kind of strange battle skill of the dragons. He followed the myriad dragon roar for no less than 2 hours. Only in the end did he figure out what this battle skill was. This was a kind of sound wave battle skill unique to dragons. Dragon Roaring Wave. Dragon Roaring Wave, this kind of battle skill is a little interesting. Zhou tried to comprehend this kind of battle skill for a while, and quickly grasped the essence of this kind of battle skill. However, the divine radiance sealing the island should have triggered the divine monument's sealing power, but the timing of the activation was brought forward. Don't tell me that Edisaurus is behind this? But then, Zhou recalled the situation of the divine radiance sealing the island this time. If he was at Edisaurus, he would definitely do something. He was willing to let his family's younger generation follow the humans and leave the Dragon Island to experience the outside world, but he definitely wouldn't allow his family's younger generation to be looked down upon, sealing the island in advance, making these people have to rely on the young Dragon King to leave. This was definitely the best way to protect his family's younger generation. Next, I should go and get in touch with those humans. I wonder if I can find Xiao Chun. Zhou was very interested in Xiao Chen's divine monument mysterious technique. Strictly speaking, in the entire world of immortals, the only technique that Zhou was really jealous of was Xiao Chen's divine monument mysterious technique. This mysterious technique was most likely created by the former emperor-level experts Pangu, Niuhua, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It could be said to be the #1 technique in this world. Divine Monument Mysterious Technique. If I didn't remember wrongly, this thing seems to be absorbing external spiritual energy and refining it into one's acupoints to increase one's potential. Zhou recalled the content of the original work. Those so-called divinized acupoints were simply the potential that was forcibly created by external force. No matter how bad one's innate talent was, once they practiced this technique, the potential within their body would experience an unimaginable increase. Because the essence of this technique was to precipitate one's potential. All the increase in strength and realm was only a side effect of increasing one's potential. The normal training method should be to open the door of potential within the body step by step during the training process. And the side effect of increasing one's power was the growth and transformation of the door of potential, just like the heaven concealing technique. But the divine monument mysterious technique did the opposite. It did not aim to increase one's power, but to increase one's potential. Increasing one's power was only a side effect of increasing one's potential. If one used this technique to build one's foundation, they would be able to build the strongest foundation. My dragon body doesn't need to practice this technique, but the chaos body that my original body shed can practice this technique. Zhou Tong had already made this technique something that he had to learn. Although the chaos body that his original body shed was still strong, in reality, the door of potential in his body had already been squeezed dry when it transformed. Therefore, Zhou Tong placed this body in his 10 heavenly rings to nurture it bit by bit. He wanted to replenish the dry door of potential and even improve it to a higher level. However, this process was destined to be a long one. Ruthless bodies were nourished in the Chaos Dragon Nest for 700,000 to 800,000 years before they were finally replenished. However, if he obtained the Divine Monument mysterious technique, he would probably only need a few thousand years to accumulate enough potential to be the best help for Zhou Tong's original body to reach the Immortal King realm. Chapter 745. After Xinguang sealed the island, Zhou Tong also began to make his move. His entire body was like a streak of green lightning as he began to jump about in the nearby mountain woods. However, not long after he walked, his extremely sensitive spiritual sense suddenly sensed that something seemed to be happening in a forest not far away. Over there seems to be a human, and it seems to be a little strong. Zhou Tong was a little curious, because from his perception, the human over there seemed to be a little too strong. It was a lot stronger than him. At the very least, it should be a Historia-level expert. Such a strong human in this place. I'm afraid he's going to run out of luck. Could it be the elders of those youngsters? Zhou Tong carried a little curiosity as he carefully walked towards the direction he sensed. However, just when Zhou Tong approached, he suddenly felt some kind of bizarre change in the surrounding space. It was as if he had entered another space-time, or as if he had stepped into the river of time. This feeling, is it the secret of time? It's similar to the secret technique of the time corridor. It could be considered exquisite. A trace of surprise flashed through Zhou Tong's eyes. He didn't expect to see a cultivator using the secret technique of time in this place. This kind of secret technique of time can't be considered strong. It's just a smokescreen. Those who haven't seen the secret technique of time, or those savage beasts without any intelligence, will definitely fall for it. However, for me, it won't have any effect at that time. Zhou Tong easily entered the interior through the crack of the time corridor. As soon as he entered, Zhou Tong saw a woman lying on the ground. She even vomited a pool of blood beside her. Her entire body was surrounded by a kind of bizarre, colorful mist. She seemed incomparably mysterious. However, just by looking at her faintly discernible, exquisite figure within the mist, one could tell that she was definitely a peerless beauty. And at the same time Zhou Tong looked over, this woman also turned her head with difficulty and looked straight at Zhou Tong's eyes. It was just a pair of eyes, but it made Zhou Tong feel that this person had the intelligence of heaven and earth. There was an ethereal and distant feeling. He was clearly standing in front of Zhou Tong, but it was as if he was far away in the clouds. This was a kind of temperament that truly transcended the mortal world. A peerless beauty, an ethereal temperament, the god of time, plus the backlash from the Dragon Island's power. There's only one person on the island who fulfills these conditions. Lan Nua. Zhou Tong instantly understood this person's identity. And it was precisely because he had seen the person with his own eyes that Zhou Tong understood why Lan Nua was praised everywhere in the original work, making countless cultivators feel ashamed of their inferiority. This person was simply a natural-born cultivator, pure and indifferent, untainted by dust, and naturally close to the Tao. If such a person entered the shrouded heaven world, the most suitable immortal gold for her would be the divine Mark Purple Gold. She was the cultivator most likely to refine the divine Mark Purple Gold to the psychic and immortal realm, an ethereal temperament close to that of an immortal. Since we are fated, I will help you today. Zhou Tong's claws moved in the air, emitting a mysterious aura of Tao. Immediately, the endless heaven and earth essence qi in the air began to condense here. A trace of surprise also appeared on Lan Nua's pair of beautiful eyes. Zhou Tong's pair of dragon claws seemed to have endless demonic power, although his movements were not fast, but the mysterious aura emitted made Lan Nua shocked. Buzz! Very quickly, the air rioted. The heaven and earth essence qi rolled over. Star splendor, moonlight, sun essence, even the life force of the flowers and trees in the world, even the extremely deep trace of dragon origin energy under the ground were all drawn by Zhou Tong, pouring down towards Lan Nua. While Lan Nua was shocked, she also immediately circulated her cultivation and began to absorb the heaven and earth essence qi to heal her injuries. The multicolored light in the sky was extraordinary. The heaven and earth essence qi burst forth. Lan Nua's exceptional figure slowly floated in the air. So that's how it is. This is her martial arts. She was attacked by the Dragon Island's divine radiance. When she was undergoing nirvana, she almost died. Zhou Tong stared at Lan Nua for a while. He quickly figured out her martial arts. Although Zhou Tong's current power was still very low, his eyesight was still there. He was able to figure out Lan Nua's martial arts and divine techniques with a single glance, and also understood her current state. Nirvana Realm was a relatively special realm in the world of Immortals training system. Once a cultivator reached this realm, they would be immortal. Their body and mind would be on the verge of death, wandering between life and death, comprehending the profound meaning of life and death. If they thoroughly comprehended the profound meaning of life and death, they would be able to take a step forward and reach the immortal realm. However, if they were stagnant, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. Their body and soul would be destroyed. Furthermore, this realm was also very strange because the power of this realm was uncertain. It was fluctuating all the time. When they were strong, they could display the power of the immortal realm, but when they were weak, they might not even be as strong as Historia realm cultivators. As far as practitioners were concerned, Nirvana realm was not only a huge opportunity, but also a terrifying danger. Those who could solve the mystery of life and death would break out of their cocoon and transform into a butterfly and live forever in this world. And those who couldn't comprehend it would turn into ashes at this point. The cruelty of the path of martial arts was fully revealed in this realm, and the Lan Nua before his eyes was precisely in this realm. Especially the current her power was regressing, and beside her, there was still an unfathomable man. How could this not make Lan Nua panic? So this is the Nirvana realm of this world's training system. It feels very similar to the chaotic antiquity technique's sacred sacrifice. Zhou Tong secretly compared Lan Nua's training state with a sacred sacrifice. The sacred sacrifice belonged to a very special state within the chaotic antiquity technique. The power was unstable. When they were strong, they were no different from Empyrean God. When they were weak, it was very dangerous. Their power would drop, and they might not even be comparable to Divine Flame Realm. The sacred sacrifice of the chaotic ancient arts is a state that only peerless geniuses can enter. This is a kind of accumulation of potential and battle prowess. Similarly, the nirvana of the immortal realm is also a kind of accumulation of potential and battle prowess. However, it is something that everyone must face. Zhou Tong carefully savored the similarities between the two different cultivation systems of these two worlds. In a very short period of time, he had a huge harvest. This allowed him to have a more comprehensive understanding of the cultivation system of the world of immortals. At the same time, with the help of this huge amount of life essence, Lan Nua's injuries quickly recovered. The life essence that was gathering unceasingly between heaven and earth began to dissipate slowly. Lan Nua also landed on the ground from midair. "Thank you." Lan Nua looked at Zhou Tong, and her gentle voice resounded. "I was born on the Dragon Island since I was little. I still don't understand the way of martial arts in the outside world. How about you explain it to me? The green radiance flickered beside Zhou Tong. It vibrated the air and let out a sound. The current him was still unable to speak the human language. He could only use his divine ability to vibrate the air and let out a sound. Lan Nuo was astonished again. She didn't expect this little dragon to actually be this smart. She asked almost subconsciously, "You were born on the Dragon Island since you were little. How do you know the human language?" "A lot of humans came to the island during this period of time. I naturally learned it," Zhou Tong casually replied. Chapter 746. Such a smart little dragon. Lan Nuo was also a little surprised. With her experience, she could naturally see that the Zhou Tong in front of her was definitely a little dragon that was not more than a month old. However, this kind of little dragon actually learned the human language when he was peeping at humans. Furthermore, his control over his power was too strong. The dragon's mouth couldn't make any sound, but he could actually control his own power to make the air vibrate. Furthermore, his voice was so clear, there was no ambiguity at all. This kind of power control, even Lan Nuo, who had been cultivating since young, was amazed. What made Lan Nuo even more shocked was this little dragon actually yearned for human civilization so much so that he even wanted to learn the way of cultivation from her. This kind of extremely talented and eager to learn, his future achievement would definitely not be low. It was also impossible for him to be low. "All right, I'll teach you." Lan Nuo immediately nodded her head and began to explain the way of cultivation to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong listened very seriously. With his current realm, he naturally surpassed Lan Nuo. However, Zhou Tong's understanding of the world of a mortal's cultivation system was far inferior to Lan Nuo. That's why he was very modest. If there was something he didn't understand, he would ask her directly. And following Lan Nuo's explanation, Zhou Tong immediately had a more in-depth and comprehensive understanding of the world of a mortal's cultivation system. Exuvia realm, it could already be considered as transcending the mortal world, standing out from countless cultivators and leaping over the natural moat on the path of cultivation. This could already be considered as taking the most crucial step on the path to immortality. Cultivators who entered the Exuvia realm could communicate with the world's energy to refine their body. Their divine power would grow and multiply endlessly. Historia realm was when cultivators gradually began to condense their primordial spirit and began to activate the treasures in their body. All kinds of divine abilities would begin to appear. Cultivators who reached the Zephyr realm could also fly in the sky. Of course, Zephyr was not just limited to the literal meaning. Cultivators who reached the Zephyr realm could already control a part of the world's natural power for their own use. All kinds of divine abilities would appear one step further. Cultivators who reached this realm would have the title of demigod. Nirvana realm was just like the literal meaning, caught in the intertwining of life and death, struggling to transform. Immortality, reaching this realm, was truly seeing through life and death, and from then on, living forever. All sorts of profound meanings were self-taught. Magic power surged on its own, and divine abilities appeared on their own. However, what Zhou Tong obtained from Lan Nuo was only a detailed explanation of these 5 realms, because Lan Nuo herself was only in the Nirvana realm. She had only heard of the names of the higher realms: Fish Leap, Perfected, Earth Penetrate, and Heaven Penetrate, but she didn't know the profoundness of these realms. Of course, in the process of communication, Zhou Tong also had many questions that Lan Nuo could not answer. Moreover, the more Lan Nuo explained the path of cultivation to Zhou Tong, the more shocked she felt. This was because many of the questions that Zhou Tong asked were things that she had never thought of before. Lan Nuo even vaguely felt that if she could solve these questions that Zhou Tong asked, her cultivation would definitely soar in a very short period of time. The exchange between the two of them lasted for 3 whole days. In a short span of 3 days, both of them had reaped great rewards. Zhou Tong figured out the foundation of this world's cultivation system, And Lan Nua also gradually saw the path ahead from Zhou questions and discovered some problems that she usually didn't notice during her cultivation. 3 days later, Zhou left the area where Lan Nua was. According to the information that I got from Lan Nua, the cultivation system of this world, the so-called immortal realm, is probably equivalent to the immortal two great expert of the heaven-concealing technique. Zhou silently said in his heart. Speaking of which, this can be considered a correspondence. In the immortal ancient era of the heaven-concealing world, the immortal two great expert would be able to achieve immortality. If we extrapolate according to this system, then the fish leap, perfected, earth penetrate, heaven penetrate, and heaven penetrate realms correspond to the heaven-concealing technique. The immortal realm was equivalent to the immortal two great expert. Then the fish leap realm was equivalent to the immortal three great expert of the Tao severing realm. This was also in line with the name fish leap, leaping from the great expert to the Tao severing realm. The perfected realm was equivalent to the immortal foundation level 4 great expert of the heaven concealing technique. The earth penetrate realm was equivalent to the immortal foundation level 5 great expert of the heaven concealing technique. As for the heaven-penetrating realm, which is the so-called half-ancestor, it should be equivalent to the Great Sage realm. However, it's still a pity. Lan Nua's current realm is too low. A lot of the things after that are only speculations. It's not accurate. Zhou shook his head, no longer pondering over the question of the combat strength of the cultivation realms. Instead, he shifted his attention to the differences and similarities between the two cultivation systems. While comprehending, Zhou also got up and walked towards the depths of the Dragon Island. Zhou speed was not fast. He was like a traveler, quietly observing the flowers, grass, and trees of this world, quietly watching the setting sun and silver moon, quietly comprehending the life and death of this world. Zhou almost completely threw away the things in the heaven-concealing technique and focused on the cultivation system of the world of immortals. Time passed by day after day. After wholeheartedly immersing himself in it, Zhou also had some comprehension. Along with the comprehension, Zhou felt his own divine sense was like a real dragon. The dragon soared through the 9 heavens and soared straight into the clouds. It was as if he had entered a vast and mysterious starry sky, unceasingly condensing, as if he wanted to transform into a member of the starry sky. It was a familiar yet strange feeling. It was familiar because it was similar to the feeling of opening the door of potential in his body when he cultivated the heaven-shrouding art. It was strange because it was fundamentally different from the feeling of opening the door of potential with the heaven-shrouding art. Roar! A world-shaking dragon roar resounded from his heart. Zhou divine sense seemed to have seen a real dragon proudly swimming in the starry sky. He subconsciously followed the direction of the dragon roar and finally rushed past it. In an instant, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth poured into Zhou body unceasingly. At this moment, his body and mind were in a kind of bizarre state of comprehension. After that, all the bones in his body began to tremble, and in the end, a brilliant multicolored radiance burst out. He broke through. He officially broke through from the Exuvia realm and entered the Historia realm. Within his body, the blood flow accelerated. In a trance, Zhou seemed to have heard the blood in his body surging like a great river. The sound was incomparably clear as it transmitted into his heart. There was also that beating heart, as well as the sound of all kinds of internal organs operating within his body. At this instant, Zhou felt one mysterious divine radiance after another rushing out from his body. After that, the divine radiance flowed to every part of his body, making his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even every inch of his flesh, bones, and scales receive a baptism. His entire body was enveloped by the divine radiance from top to bottom. This was transformation. This was sublimation. This was evolution. This was a process of breaking the shackles of the body, transcending oneself, and stepping into a new world. Chapter 747. Did I advance to Historia realm just like that? Zhou regained his senses and opened his eyes. He felt that he was no longer the same as before. He could clearly see the dust under the leaves of the trees in the distant mountains. He could feel the vibrations under the earth caused by snakes, insects, rats, and ants drilling into the earth. He could hear the crashing of the waves on the shore, many mountains away. Although everything was far away, everything in the surroundings was within his heart. Everything was so vivid and clear. It was as if the heaven and earth were displaying everything in front of his eyes. Training my divine sense from Historia realm is a lot faster than heaven obscuring technique, Zhou silently said in his heart. However, at this moment, he was still quietly recalling the feeling of opening the treasure within his body. Opening the treasure within one's body. In terms of nature, this stage was exactly the same as heaven obscuring technique. However, after heaven obscuring technique opened the gate of potential, what was released was pure power. As for how to use this power, it would depend on the secret technique that the cultivator practiced. However, the cultivation method of this world of immortals was different. When it opened the potential, it even came with a divine ability. These were two completely different methods to open the potential. If I didn't guess wrongly, the divine ability of this world is related to the cultivator's spirit as well as their Hotian experience. Zhou made a comparison in his heart. This might be related to the cultivator's divine sense cultivation method. In heaven obscuring technique, the Immortal Foundation's secret domain, where the divine sense was located, was the last one to open among the 5 great secret domains. It was precisely because of the opening of the first 4 great secret domains that the sudden opening of the gate of potential in the Immortal Foundation's secret domain wouldn't produce any special effects. However, the cultivation system of the world of immortals, before the body's foundation reached a certain level, the divine sense's potential had already been opened. This uncontrollable power would combine with the cultivator's spirit's desire and potential, and finally form one after another inconceivable divine ability. This kind of divine ability, some are very strong, some are very weak, and full of uncertainty. However, the only thing that could be confirmed was that the stronger the cultivator's spirit, the more terrifying the divine ability would be. However, my divine ability, this can't be considered a true divine ability. It's still the original great divine ability of the dragons. The dragon horn on Zhou head burst with a cyan-colored divine light, hacking down towards a mountain not far away like a sword. Boom! The huge green sword light swept across, and in an instant, the peak of the mountain collapsed. A large area at the very top of the mountain was directly flattened. The great ability of the dragons could confine everything, sweep everything away, and exterminate everything. Previously, when he was in Exuvia realm, Zhou could only display the power of confinement. After the advancement this time, he already displayed the divine might of sweeping everything away. I only need this dragon's great divine ability. The other transformations will be displayed on my body. Zhou slowly withdrew the green divine light. He then lowered his head and looked at his arms. His current body was originally a Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. This body had a very obvious characteristic, which was its short arms. However, after the breakthrough this time and the transformation of his whole body, this kind of short arm weakness had already been patched up to the greatest extent. Now, Zhou arms had already turned into Eddosaurus arms and Eddosaurus claws. Innate Eddosaurus head, Eddosaurus tail in Exuvia realm, Eddosaurus arms, and Eddosaurus claws in Historia realm. Zhou said in his heart. According to reason, the Dragon King should be able to replenish one Eddosaurus characteristic in every realm. The reason why I can replenish 2 great Eddosaurus characteristics in Historia realm is definitely because I killed the Amethyst Dragon King and seized Aozu's Dragon Aura. According to the real evolution process, any Dragon King should be innate Eddosaurus head, Eddosaurus tail in Exuvia realm, Ediosaurus arms in Historia realm, and Ediosaurus front claws in Zephyrus realm. Following that, Nirvana, longevity, fish leap, perfected, earth penetrating, and heaven penetrating, these 7 realms might need to replenish Ediosaurus legs, Ediosaurus hind claws, Ediosaurus scales, Ediosaurus body, Ediosaurus abdomen, and Ediosaurus beard respectively. Of course, there is also the possibility that the Ediosaurus aura within the body of those dragons that hadn't killed other Dragon Kings would not be enough to support their evolution. I have already killed a Dragon King. I'm already 1 step ahead of the other Dragon Kings. The other Dragon Kings will need to reach at least half ancestor to transform into a complete Ediosaurus body. And I might be able to transform into a complete Ediosaurus body when I reach Earth penetrating realm. Zhou Tong thought in his heart. Next, I should be able to get in touch with Xiao Chun. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and secretly calculated the time in his heart. It hasn't been long since the divine light sealed the island. The next place Xiao Chun would go was more or less confirmed. Xiao Chun will most likely go to the place where Ku was born. And the place where Ku was born is also the place where her mother, Ediosaurus, was born. Zhou Tong had already figured out the place where the innate Ediosaurus was born. The innate Ediosaurus was born from the heavenly tree with the dragon essence, and Ediosaurus left behind on the Dragon Island. In that case, by going in the opposite direction and exploring from the dragon vein, he could easily find the place where the heavenly tree took root at that time. After advancing to the Historia realm, Zhou Tong's advancing speed became even more terrifying. He easily flipped over a large area of the primitive forest and gradually approached his destination. However, the closer he got to his destination, the more cautious Zhou Tong became. This place was already very close to the place where the dragons lived. There were adult dragons everywhere in this vicinity. Moreover, they were adult dragons whose divinity was suppressed by their bestial nature. As soon as he arrived at this place, Zhou Tong heard the world-shaking roar of dragons from the mountain range in the vicinity. Furthermore, there were all kinds of dragons' claw marks everywhere on the ground. This place was frequented by dragons. I'm finally here. As Zhou Tong approached this place, he also discovered that the draconic aura in this place was clearly a lot denser compared to other places. Finally, after he flipped over a tall mountain, he immediately saw a pitch-black mountain ridge. It continuously traversed several mountain ranges. This mountain ridge was speckled with specks of radiance. Moreover, it was emitting a sparkling and translucent gloss similar to black jade. This is the heavenly tree that fell after giving birth to the innate Ediosaurus. Just by looking at this fallen tree trunk, one could imagine how spectacular the heavenly tree was at that time. The fallen tree trunks crushed a stretch of the mountain range. Unfortunately, all the essence of the heavenly tree was used to give birth to the innate Ediosaurus. Otherwise, this tree trunk could be used to refine an emperor's weapon in shrouding Heavenworld. Zhou Tong carefully looked at this tree trunk. He knocked on the pitch-black tree trunk with his dragon claw and let out a clanging sound. Chapter 748. Zhou Tong continued to move forward, and very soon, he found a tree stump where the heavenly tree was chopped off. It was merely a tree stump, but it was already taller than the nearby mountain peaks by a large margin. Zhou Tong used the dragon counter steps 7 steps. With each step, he ascended to the heavens and directly climbed up this tree stump. After arriving at the center of the tree stump, Zhou Tong saw very clearly there were a lot of rainbow-colored eggshells here. Ku's eggshell. This kind of rainbow-colored eggshell was perfectly inherited from its mother, the innate Ediosaurus. Zhou Tong's dragon claw directly grabbed a piece of eggshell. He could feel a trace of undetectable dragon chi contained within it. As a matter of fact, the dragons of this world, every type of dragon's egg had a different color. As the Dragon King of the tyrannical dragon race, Zhou Tong's eggshell was cyan in color. And this kind of rainbow-colored eggshell was precisely the symbol of the innate Ediosaurus that was born after absorbing the essence of the dragon essence and Ediosaurus. Unfortunately, the remaining life force of this tree transformed into Ku's sacred tree. Otherwise, I would be able to advance a step further by relying on the dragon Qi left behind here. Zhou Tong shook his head. Soon after, he laid down on the ground quietly. While waiting for Xiao Chun, he continued to train quietly. At the same time, on the other side, ever since the Dragon Island was sealed off, the cultivators on the entire Dragon Island also formed all kinds of alliances. However, one thing was very clear: these cultivators on the Dragon Island were all native cultivators of the world of immortals. They were all native geniuses. Most of them had heard of each other's name before. Unless they had a grudge, forming an alliance was a very simple matter. Naturally, as someone who ascended from the lower realm, Xiao Chun naturally fell into the category of being ostracized by them. At this moment, Xiao Chun was leading a snow-white little critter and 3 skeletons forward step by step. They were advancing in the direction of the heavenly tree. To be more precise, this snow-white little critter was leading the way. It was leading Xiao Chun and the others to its birthplace. This was a half-foot-long, snow-white little critter. It looked like a tiger cub, but it also looked like a lion cub. However, it was even more beautiful. His entire body was covered in fluffy white fur. It was pure white and flawless, as soft and bright as silk. It was as if every strand of hair was shining with a white brilliance. Its entire body was filled with spirituality, and its pair of large eyes were as bright as 2 gems. Every time it blinked, it would flicker, and it was filled with spiritual energy. This was a little beast that made people like it at first glance. It was too cute. The snow-white little critter led Xiao Chun and the others all the way forward. Finally, they also climbed up the stump of the heavenly divine tree. We're finally here. Xiao Chun was a little emotional. Standing next to the tree stump, he felt as if he could see all the mountains. Crack, crack, crack. But at this time, Xiao Chun suddenly saw the 3 skeletons lying down and playing dead. Hey, what are you guys doing? Xiao Chun was somewhat puzzled. What the hell are these skeletons? It wasn't easy for him to get here, but he actually pretended to be dead? Suddenly, Xiao Chun stared blankly. The little white critter in his bosom suddenly used its little paw to grab his clothes. Then it pointed at the direction of the center of the tree stump. Only at this time did Xiao Chun turn his head and looked at the center of the tree stump. His pupils immediately shrunk. Is it the Azure Dragon King? Why is it here? In its body, when he saw Zhou Tong clearly, Xiao Chun was thoroughly shocked, because this dragon's form had already undergone a huge transformation. When it met before, it was still an Edisaurus head. But now, it had already evolved into an Edisaurus tail and Edisaurus claws. It was far ahead of all the Dragon Kings. It evolved so fast. Don't tell me this generation's Edisaurus is this Azure Dragon? Xiao Chun was shocked in his heart. This dragon's evolution speed was really too fast. It was so fast that it exceeded his imagination. Xiao Chun didn't know if this dragon was the real Edisaurus, or if he had killed a few more Dragon Kings. But no matter what, this dragon was definitely not something he could handle right now. Mother Fastris Kerr, these 3 damn skeletons already discovered this dragon long ago. That's why they pretended to be dead. They are too disloyal. Xiao Chun cast a glance at these skeletons that were pretending to be dead from the corner of his eyes and cursed in his heart. This won't do. This dragon's strength is too terrifying. Moreover, it is too ferocious. I must quickly avoid it. Xiao Chun almost subconsciously pressed down the snow-white little critter that wanted to rush out. Thinking until here, Xiao Chun immediately prepared to leave. Am I so scary that you want to run away the moment you see me? Just when Xiao Chun was about to leave, a voice transmitted into Xiao Chun's ears. Xiao Chun stared blankly for a moment. He almost subconsciously looked towards Zhou Tong's direction. He only saw that Azure Dragon had already stood up and was staring at him with its pair of dragon eyes. You can talk? Xiao Chun was startled. After coming to the Dragon Island for so long, this was the first time he saw a beast that could talk. Although dragons were known to have wisdom, this island was obviously suppressing the dragon's divinity. He didn't expect there was actually a dragon that could talk here. Are you thinking the dragon's divinity is being suppressed on this island? Why am I able to retain my consciousness and even talk? Zhou Tong was still using his divine ability to make the air vibrate as he answered his own question unhurriedly. Don't be confused. Any Dragon King is not affected by this power of the Dragon Island. They can all retain their consciousness. Xiao Chun was stupefied again. This dragon's wisdom was far beyond his imagination. This was not as simple as just retaining his consciousness. He even had the power to see through people's hearts. However, since it was an existence that possessed wisdom, and it didn't make a move from the beginning, Xiao Chun also felt a little relieved. At least this azure dragon in front of him was an existence that he could communicate with. I mistakenly entered the Dragon Island. I am not interested in the Dragon King on this island. I wonder, how do I leave this island? Xiao Chun subconsciously opened his mouth and asked directly, "If I knew how to leave, would you still be able to see me now?" Zhou Tong's voice was a little speechless. However, it was precisely this sentence that made Xiao Chun relax a step further. It made him lower his guard again. And following the lowering of his guard, Xiao Chun subconsciously sensed that this azure Dragon King before his eyes was definitely not using its mouth to talk. It was using some kind of divine ability or some kind of special power to make the air vibrate to talk. This kind of ventriloquism is actually able to imitate such a vivid tone. Xiao Chun was even more shocked in his heart. This kind of control over power was not something that could be easily accomplished. He asked himself honestly, he could also communicate using a method similar to ventriloquism, but it was absolutely impossible for his voice to emit this kind of tone. Squeak! Squeak! At this time, the snow-white little critter in Xiao Chun's bosom couldn't hold back anymore. It opened its mouth and cried out continuously. Its voice was a little anxious. Although there was a language barrier, Zhou Tong still vaguely understood what it was trying to say. Zhou Tong moved his body to the side and made way for the thing behind him. He said, "Are you saying there's something here that belongs to you? If it's these rainbow-colored eggshells, then you don't have to worry. I didn't touch it." Chapter 749. Rainbow-colored eggshell. Xiao Chun followed Zhou Tong's body and saw the broken eggshells on the ground. He was a little surprised. This kind of eggshell was as sparkling and translucent as rainbow-colored divine jade. Moreover, there was a faint multicolored radiance circulating around it. It was very extraordinary. Whoosh! The moment it saw these eggshells, the snow-white little critter that was originally in Xiao Chun's embrace suddenly turned into a white light and directly pounced to the side of these eggshells. It was a little reluctant to part with these eggshells, but it was also a little mischievous. "Don't tell me you were born here." Xiao Chun was a little shocked. This snow-white little critter was clearly a mammal, but it was actually born from an eggshell. "You're a little interesting. This kind of eggshell is a little similar to our dragons, but it is even stronger," Zhou Tong said unhurriedly. "You might have the bloodline of our dragons, but the other half of your bloodline is even more terrifying. Can you tell what kind of race Kiki is?" Xiao Chun was a little surprised as he asked. He had long wanted to know what kind of background this bizarre, snow-white little critter had, and why it was so mystical. "How would I know what kind of race it is?" Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun in a very human-like way. "But it most likely has the bloodline of dragons. One of its parents is most likely a dragon. But the other one is not, and its bloodline is even more terrifying, so it covered up the characteristics of dragons." Squeak! The snow-white little critter suddenly stood up. Like a little monkey, it stretched out its little paw and pointed at Zhou Tong. It started to squeak, and its expression seemed to be a little excited. It seemed like it also wanted to know what kind of background it had. "I don't know what kind of background you have. Don't ask me. I just feel that you should be related to dragons, maybe a little dragon king." Zhou Tong wouldn't blabber about Keek's background. It was the main target of the Eddisaurus on the Dragon Island. "My suspicion that Ku has dragon's blood is based on his eggshell. But as for other things, I can't say and can't say." Who knew what the Eddisaurus would think of him if he blurted out the truth without any basis? So, suddenly, a white light flashed. The little beast waved its paw, and a large amount of white light suddenly enveloped Zhou. Crack! However, in the next moment, the green light was like a sword, directly breaking through the little beast's white light. This scene shocked Xiaochun. This was the first time he saw the little critter's white light divine ability being broken by someone. Furthermore, the green light that broke through this divine ability seemed to be somewhat similar to the white light. The only difference was the color. I am even more certain that you have dragon's blood. This is clearly a divine ability that only us dragons have. Even the current dragon kings are not as good as you. Your dragon's characteristics are all covered by another unknown bloodline, but you are still able to inherit this kind of divine ability. Your parents are really extraordinary. I am starting to suspect if you are the illegitimate child of the Edisaurus. Zhou voice shocked Xiaochun once again. So the white light Ke used was actually the divine ability of dragons? Squeak. Kiki seemed to be a little angry, and also a little at a loss. This was the first time its divine ability failed. Its pair of bright big eyes blinked with all its might. It looked at Zhou on one hand, and then looked at its little paw on the other hand. It was unwilling to give up and waved its paw again. Another white light came out, but this white light was quickly broken through by the green light beside Zhou. No matter how the little critter waved its paw, no matter how powerful that white light was, it was completely useless against Zhou body. Don't waste your strength. We dragons have a divine ability that can confine everything, sweep everything, and destroy everything. The divine ability you're currently using is only at the confine level, but I have already trained this divine ability to the sweep level. Your divine ability is not my match. Zhou voice resounded once again. He was not going to be like those little dragon kings in the original work, getting toyed with by Ku as he pleased. Hearing Zhou words, the little critter immediately became a little discouraged. It hung its head dejectedly and was a little dejected. However, it subconsciously pulled out a small tree from its head and directly planted it next to its eggshell. Immediately, the roots of this divine tree took root on this black, jade-like tree stump. In the meantime, Zhou was also quietly watching this scene. Unfortunately, the sky-reaching divine tree no longer had any vitality. Naturally, the small tree could not absorb any energy from it. Zhou carefully looked at this tree and understood in his heart the heavenly tree was transplanted by the dragons from other places. It was used to condense the dragon essence and essence of the Edisaurus after the dragons fell on the Dragon Island for millions of years. With this, the innate Edisaurus could be born. But during these years on the Dragon Island, this divine tree also underwent a transformation because of the fusion of the dragon essence and the essence of the Edisaurus. The heavenly tree fell, but left behind this small tree. This is a brand new rebirth. From now on, this tree can truly exist as the sacred tree of the dragons. But it's a pity this tree belongs to Ko. If it was in my hands, this tree would be able to display its true might. Zhou also felt that it was a pity that such a sacred tree was not in his hands. But if it's not here, then it's not here. At most, when the time comes, I will cultivate a brand new sacred tree that belongs to me, Zhou secretly said in his heart. At this time, he thought of the cultivation method of the Seven Wonders tree in the heaven shrouding magic, using the secret method to stimulate the earth vein, causing the birth of jade trees. After the birth of a total of 49 jade trees, using the secret method to gather the vitality and mysteries of these 49 jade trees, finally turning into the 50th jade tree. This tree is the escaped one, which is also the immortal tree. Because of this tree's 7 colors, it was also called the Seven Wonders tree. If the cultivation method of the Seven Wonders tree was combined with the characteristics of the dragons of this world, perhaps an unprecedented divine tree could be born. In the shrouding heaven world, I have always been thinking of ways to improve the Seven Wonders tree. Perhaps I can succeed in this life. Zhou silently said in his heart. Crack! Crack! Just as Zhou Tong was staring at the dragon's sacred tree and thinking, the few skeletons who were playing dead seemed to have noticed that Zhou Tong was not a threat to them and quietly raised their heads. Ha! On the other side, Ku was also rolling around in her eggshell, playing with it very happily. It seemed to have completely gotten rid of the previous disappointment and was like a child, nothing lingering in her heart. Get up, don't roll around. Seeing this, Xiao Chun carried Ku in his arms. After that, he collected all of Ku's eggshells and said, "This is the symbol of your identity. In the future, we might be able to find out about your background through this eggshell. Let me help you keep it." With that, Xiao Chun also tore off a piece of his clothes and put the eggshells on his back. Chapter 750. In the dense primitive forest, Xiao Chun and the others were crossing the mountain ridges, carefully avoiding all kinds of fierce beasts in the mountain forest. Their advancing speed had already been raised to the limit by him. The snow-white little critter Ku and the three skeletons also followed closely beside Xiao Chun, advancing together. Whoosh! In the end, Xiao Chun jumped down from a big tree and looked behind him somewhat helplessly. He only saw that the dense shrub shook for a while. Then Zhou Tong slowly walked out from behind. Azure Dragon King, why are you following me? Xiao Chun looked at Zhou Tong somewhat helplessly. He still had a lot of things he wanted to do, for example, stealing dragon eggs. His martial technique was special. As long as he could steal a few dragon eggs, he would be able to advance very quickly. It was very troublesome to have a Dragon King following him at this time. TSK, you think I don't know what you were thinking? You want to steal dragon eggs, right? I can feel that you have already eaten dragon eggs. I will let bygones be bygones, but with me here, you won't have the chance to steal dragon eggs. Zhou Tong shook the air and directly exposed Xiao Chen's thoughts without the slightest hesitation. I say, Brother Azure Dragon, don't stare at me. You Ediosaurus have to fight over it, right? How about this? After I steal a few dragon eggs, I will let you handle the hatched young Dragon King. How about that? Xiao Chun said with a negotiating tone. Don't even think about it. The position of Ediosaurus has to be fought over, but this is the internal matter of us dragons. It has nothing to do with you, an outsider. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun, then said while shaking the air, I am following you only to see the cultivation method of you humans. You are only a dragon. How can the cultivation method of humans be suitable for you? Xiao Chun was somewhat speechless. The myriad of ways lead to the same destination through different paths. The only difference in the cultivation method is the process, but the most important thing is that the core is completely the same. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and said, for you to be able to cultivate to this level, your cultivation method is definitely not simple. If you are willing, I can definitely use the dragon's inheritance to exchange with you. Divine ability of dragons? Is it your green light and Ku's white light? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The great divine ability of the dragons could imprison everything, sweep everything, and destroy everything. This kind of divine ability was unimaginably terrifying even in the world of immortals. Especially since he had personally experienced Ku's white light, he knew very well how terrifying this kind of supernatural power was. Especially since Ku's supernatural power was only the most elementary level in the mouth of this green dragon before him. Don't even think about it. That thing doesn't have the blood of us dragons, so it won't be able to learn anything. Zhou Tong replied, unless your cultivation level is so high that you can see through the essence of any combat skill with a single glance. What's the use of that? Xiao Chun was very disappointed, but this was also within his expectations. The reason why dragons had the prefix dragons was because this thing was basically something that other races could not learn. This was the innate ability of dragons. However, even if you can't learn the divine ability of us dragons, it doesn't mean that you can't learn the combat skills of us dragons. Zhou Tong further tempted Xiao Chun. We dragons have a combat skill that allows you to ascend to the sky with one step. After learning it, you can freely walk in the sky. Do you want to learn it? There's such a combat skill? Can you really walk in the sky? Xiao Chun was startled. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Zhou Tong didn't answer. He merely took a step in the sky. Suddenly, a large mysterious star chart appeared under his feet. This step of his was as if he was stepping on a galaxy. At the same time, his whole body also floated in the sky. Boom! Very quickly, Zhou Tong took a second step. A large part of the sky trembled. The surging energy fluctuated. It was vast and mighty. It was as if a raging sea was surging, or as if a huge mountain was shaking. Boom! 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 Zhou Tong took a third step, a fourth step, and a fifth step in succession. His body rose higher step by step. Especially after the fifth step, the space under his feet almost distorted. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this step was. This kind of power was completely due to the combat skills of the dragons. This was the purest combat skill. There was not the slightest bit of divine ability in it. However, Zhou Tong didn't take the final sixth and seventh step. Instead, he landed on the ground very easily. He just happened to land in front of Xiao Chun and said, "How is it? My 7 dragon counter steps is the famous combat skill of the dragons. This set of footwork, each step is stronger than the previous one. I've only shown you the first 5 steps. If you're willing to exchange your techniques and divine ability, I'll teach you the entire profound meaning of the 7 dragon counter steps." Zhou Tong grasped Xiao Chen's mentality very accurately. This kind of combat skill that could be used for aerial combat was the most terrifying. It was also a combat skill that martial artists who hadn't cultivated to the flight realm yearned for. As for other flight combat skills, most of them would be eliminated after cultivating to the flight realm. However, the core of this set of 7 dragon counter steps wasn't the flight realm, but the extremely terrifying attack power. The flight realm was only a supplementary ability. This set of footwork, even if it was cultivated to a higher level in the future, would not be eliminated. This kind of combat skill was the most attractive thing. Xiao Chun naturally understood this principle, but he was also very conflicted. If he could learn this set of 7 dragon counter steps, most of the danger he was facing now would probably dissipate. However, he also knew that he didn't have any combat skill that was qualified to exchange for the 7 dragon counter steps, unless he took out his most fundamental cultivation method. However, he also had a feeling in his heart that the cultivation method he learned from the Divine Monument was definitely not simple. It was also mysterious and unfathomable. If he were to exchange it just like that, he didn't know whether he would lose or gain. No matter what, being able to increase my strength is the most important thing. The Qi training diagram on that mysterious Divine Monument is obviously something that fits the human body. If I exchange it with this Azure Dragon, he won't be able to cultivate it. Xiao Chun was also very clear that the meridians and acupoints of humans and dragons were definitely very different. Therefore, the fundamental cultivation method couldn't be cultivated. However, some combat skills could be used. I'll exchange it. However, I hope that you won't leak this cultivation method out. Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while and quickly made up his mind. Moreover, he also warned him to not leak this cultivation method out. Understand, this kind of cultivation method is something that you humans rely on to survive. If it leaks out and someone finds a flaw, it will be troublesome. Zhou Tong nodded his head. However, my 7 dragon counter steps is the same. Don't leak it out to me. After all, this is the inheritance of us dragons. Don't worry. Everyone on this island is my enemy. How can I leak it out? Xiao Chun was also somewhat speechless. If it was leaked out, wouldn't it increase the combat strength of his enemies? Very quickly, Xiao Chun handed over his Divine Monument Mysterious Technique. After obtaining the Divine Monument Mysterious Technique, Zhou Tong repeatedly deduced it several times to make sure that Xiao Chun didn't do anything to the cultivation method. After that, Zhou Tong also directly told Xiao Chun the profound meaning of the 7 dragon counter steps. Chapter 751. Xiao Chun, who had obtained the dragon counter steps, was very excited. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to comprehend this combat skill. as expected of the ancient combat skill of the dragons. The dragon counter steps is indeed heaven-defying. It's an eye-opener. The more Shao Chun comprehended, the more excited he became. This combat skill could be used to an extremely high level. But what made Shao Chun disappointed was that he could feel that his current strength was still too weak. If he were to cultivate this combat skill now, he would probably only be able to take 3 or 4 steps. Moreover, he was afraid that he would not be able to unleash the true power of these few steps. Everything still depends on strength. Such a powerful combat skill. I'm afraid that I'll have to wait for at least a few more realms before I can fly. Shao Chun felt that it was a pity that his strength was still too weak. Moreover, this combat skill's requirements for the body are too high, as expected of the combat skill of the dragons. Only dragons with such a strong body can use it casually. In the future, I'll have to think of a way to cultivate some body refining techniques. The more Shao Chun comprehended, the more he felt that there were too many things that he was lacking. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Zhou Tong and thought to himself, compared to the dragons, the human race is too weak. Dragons are born with terrifying divine abilities and innately strong bodies. They also have unparalleled combat skills that have been passed down. It's too difficult for the human race to equalize the advantages of the dragons. Especially this guy. After obtaining the advantages of the dragons, he has the most outstanding and strongest quality of the human race, learning. Shao Chun did not know who would be able to compete with the Azure Dragon in the future. At least, he could not think of anyone who could be the Azure Dragon's opponent. At the same time, on the other side, after Zhou Tong obtained the Divine Steel Mystic Technique, he began to comprehend it quickly. This set of Divine Steel Mystic Technique was suitable for human form. In other words, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate it before transforming. Even if one could transform in the future, they would have to destroy their own cultivation to cultivate it. The most important thing was that he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the foundation establishment stage before he could officially enter the realm of illuminating the acupoints and accumulating the foundation. At the very least, Shao Chun had practiced for 10 years. This body of mine can't cultivate. I can only give this cultivation technique to my original body. My original body's chaotic body can cultivate it. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, although I can't cultivate, I can learn a thing or two from accumulating a foundation and transforming the essence of my body. The more Zhou Tong studied it, the more he felt that this cultivation method was mysterious and unparalleled. Although it was only the beginning, it contained the most basic things in the world and also the deepest understanding of human beings. Maybe the current Shao Chun is still unable to see how powerful this martial technique is, but from my point of view, this martial technique is really at a strategically advantageous position. Just the opening chapter already surpasses all the martial techniques I know. The only thing that can compare to it is the true primordial record. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. What was the true primordial record? It was a cultivation technique created by the corpse immortal emperor. It contained the most fundamental principles of heaven and earth. Although Zhou Tong didn't obtain the complete true primordial record, he had seen some fragments of the true primordial record through the countless immortal elixirs in the past. From Zhou Tong's perspective, the profoundness of this divine steel mystic technique was not inferior to the fragments of the true primordial record. As for the immortal king scriptures that he knew, they were far inferior to the divine steel mystic technique. Even the scriptures of the founder of the immortal ancient cultivation system were far inferior to this divine steel mystic technique. Could it be that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are comparable to the corpse immortal emperor? In other words, the top few emperors are close to or even comparable to the immortal emperor. Zhou Tong was a little shocked. If it was really the immortal emperor, then there were too many immortal emperors in this world. It shouldn't be the immortal emperor. Zhou Tong remembered that Heaven Emperor Huang went through 2 metamorphoses to become an immortal emperor from a half-immortal emperor. The first metamorphosis was when his son, Shi and Qin Hao sacrificed themselves. After absorbing their essence blood, the immortal fetus was born in his body. His strength rose sharply. The second metamorphosis was when he comprehended his own immortal emperor technique, the unrestrained technique. After the two metamorphoses, he spent countless years in the long river of time to completely perfect his immortal emperor technique. Only then did he truly advance to the immortal emperor realm. The position of an emperor is still not clear. However, a conservative estimate is that they are half immortal emperors. If I exaggerate, they are immortal emperors. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while. Then he stopped thinking about it and continued to comprehend the divine steel mystic technique. Although the divine steel mystic technique was profound, it was only the beginning after all. With Zhou Tong's current realm, comprehending it wasn't a problem at all. So much so that he fused some of the profoundness of the divine steel mystic technique with his own understanding. A trace of profound Tao feeling gradually emerged in his heart. And in this kind of profound Tao feeling, Zhou Tong felt as if something was breaking inside his body. An unprecedented feeling welled up in his heart. Historia realm advanced a step further at this moment. It was as if some kind of realm was broken by Zhou Tong in an instant. From the initial Historia realm, he advanced a step further and reached a whole new height. The divine power in his body also began to grow. At the same time, one after another profound halo lingered around Zhou Tong's body. It caused his entire body to tremble violently. His bones gave off a sonorous sound as they collided. His flesh wriggled like water ripples. The scales all over his body also emitted brilliant, divine, multicolored light. This was the body's natural reaction when the metamorphosis happened. Historia realm was originally to open up one's own treasury and make the divine ability emerge. Previously, Zhou Tong didn't open up a whole new divine ability. Instead, he strengthened the great divine ability of the dragons. However, at this moment, a whole new divine ability appeared. Deep Sea. Zhou Tong didn't know what this divine ability was called. He only named it after the feeling he had comprehended in the beginning. He could feel as if an unfathomable ocean had appeared in his body. It was capable of accommodating all the power between heaven and earth without any limit. Zhou Tong subconsciously launched this divine ability. Immediately, the worldly essence poured into his head. The boundless worldly aura began to pour into the deep sea. After that, it merged with the ocean little by little. And at this time, his body shook violently and let out a thunderous sound. A dazzling radiance burst out from his body. His movement even startled Xiao Chun at the side. He looked at Zhou Tong, who was not far away, with a stupefied expression. What kind of monster is this azure dragon? He just obtained my heavenly steel mysterious technique, and he already made a breakthrough? Xiao Chun was very shocked. Did this dragon really comprehend something from the heavenly steel mysterious technique? However, very soon, this huge movement dissipated. The radiance that rushed into Xiao Chen's eyes also disappeared. Zhou Tong's main body was revealed. So that's how it is. This is my divine ability, a passive skill. Zhou Tong thought to himself. This kind of divine ability didn't seem to have any use on the surface. That was because it didn't have any attack power, and it also didn't have any defensive ability. Its only function was to continuously accumulate, and accumulate. Potential like the sea, this divine ability was truly able to transform the potential within the human body into an unfathomable deep sea. Chapter 752. Unfathomable potential as deep as the ocean. This is my brand new ability. Zhou Tong silently comprehended. He discovered that after activating this ability once, it was equivalent to activating it. There is no need to deliberately activate it again. Breathing, eating, drinking, and even sleeping were all accumulating and accumulating potential to become stronger and stronger. If my potential becomes stronger and stronger. Zhou Tong turned his head and roared, roar. A terrifying sound wave instantly erupted from his mouth. Not far away, Xiao Chen was also shocked. The terrifying sound wave was almost visible to the naked eye. It was shaped like a ripple and was extremely powerful. The green ripples intertwined as they advanced. It was as if a meteorite had crashed into the boundless ocean. The huge green sound wave directly shook the sky, and it seemed as if space itself was about to collapse. Boom! In an instant, the white clouds in the sky parted. Tens of thousands of rays of sunlight descended from the sky. Heaven and earth were clear. This roar seemed to have shaken open a crack in the sky. After the roar, Zhou Tong also nodded his head in satisfaction. The increase in potential naturally came with a sharp increase in strength. What he practiced was the dragon race's cultivation technique, not Xiao Chen's heavenly steel profound technique. Therefore, every time his potential skyrocketed, it would bring about a huge increase in his combat strength. As for the divine steel mystic technique, the accumulated potential of this cultivation method was terrifyingly strong. It far surpassed the deep-sea ability that Zhou Tong had just created. However, the accumulated potential of this cultivation method could only be unleashed when he became a monarch stage expert. In the original work, Xiao Chun became a monarch stage expert the easiest. Once he became a monarch stage expert, he was almost the strongest monarch stage expert. It's probably because his potential was continuously condensed by the divine steel mystic technique. Zhou Tong thought to himself, "Brother Azure Dragon, did you comprehend something just now?" At this moment, Xiao Chun asked curiously. Zhou Tong said, "That's right. Your human race's cultivation method is unique and has benefited me greatly. However, this cultivation method of yours requires a large amount of heaven and earth essence. No wonder you've been eyeing the dragon egg." Umph. Zhou Tong glared at Xiao Chun with his dragon eyes that were suffused with wisps of green light. Xiao Chun was speechless for a moment. Stealing dragon eggs to eat was the best way for him to improve. If he could always eat dragon eggs, his cultivation speed would definitely increase. But it was very clear that with Zhou Tong on the side now, this bright path was blocked. "I can't let you eat the dragon egg, but on this dragon island, the amount of all kinds of spiritual essences is far beyond your imagination. How can the place where we dragons gather be bad?" Zhou Tong continued. "I can roughly find some places where the essence chi of heaven and earth gathers. Follow me." Whoosh! The first one to react was Ku. She jumped from Xiao Chen's side to Zhou Tong's side and stared at Zhou Tong with her big eyes. What a disloyal little beast. Seeing Ku like this, Xiao Chun was speechless. Squeak! Ku seemed to be very dissatisfied with the title of little beast. It angrily waved its two little paws and threatened Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was also amused by Ku's appearance and laughed loudly. However, Ku didn't mind it anymore. She was like a child and quickly recovered from her previous anger. Like a kitten, she followed Zhou Tong to the depths of the Dragon Island. Xiao Chun also followed behind Zhou Tong and rushed to the depths of the Dragon Island together. Zhou Tong advanced while secretly calculating the direction of the earth vein inside the Dragon Island, as well as the distribution of the spiritual chi on the entire island. As long as there are treasures of heaven and earth, that would definitely be the place where the essence chi of heaven and earth gathers. While he was calculating, he continued to move forward. After he had crossed several mountains, his eyes suddenly lit up because he had already sensed that the valley in front of him was a place where spirit chi was condensed. There must be heaven and earth treasures there. But at this moment, Ku, who was playing and moving forward, suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her cute little nose twitched as if she smelled something good. Whoosh! The next moment, Ku turned into a runaway wild horse and quickly rushed to the valley ahead. Zhou Tong and Xiao Chen's eyes lit up and immediately understood that Ku must have found a treasure. Sure enough, bringing Ku is efficient. My Genesis technique can also be used in this world, but some places are different from the shrouding the heavens world, so I can only find the approximate location, and it still takes a little time to search. Now with Ku, the efficiency is obviously much higher. Zhou Tong immediately followed. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun and the three skeletons also followed along. The group moved forward for dozens of miles. They bypassed a large forest in the valley, and soon a boulder as tall as a person appeared not far away. Ku waved its claws and used the divine ability of dragons, and suddenly a white light shrouded the boulder. It waved its claws, and the boulder suddenly rolled to the side, revealing a bright divine light. Behind the boulder, there were four strange plants as tall as a palm. The plants were like brilliant purple diamonds, crystal clear. At first glance, it looked like four purple snakes quietly coiled on the ground. Each plant had a few amethyst-like leaves hanging on it, and at the top, there was a lavender flower shining with divine light. These four plants looked very strange. As soon as they were exposed, they exuded a little divine light, and there was a faint, refreshing fragrance. It was like a snow-white pom-pom, lying directly on the four strange plants with a face full of excitement. But very quickly, its expression collapsed. It stretched out its little claw and pointed at its own round little belly. Then it pointed at Xiao Chun with dissatisfaction, as if it was complaining about something. Xiao Chun was immediately amused. This little thing had eaten too much sweet dew of life before. It would take at least 1 or 2 months to digest it. Now that it saw 3 stalks of spirit essence, but it couldn't eat it, it was incomparably gloomy. It's not like it's yours. If I didn't bring you guys here, you guys wouldn't even be able to find a strand of hair. Zhou Tong was also somewhat speechless. 4 stalks of treasure medicine. I want half of it, and the rest is yours. Zhou Tong directly divided his share. Without Ku, although it would take a little more time, these things would all belong to him. Giving them half of it was already very magnanimous. Ku was also not a child who didn't understand anything. Although it was a little unwilling, it also understood that Zhou Tong also put in a lot of effort to find these things. It moved aside and made way for the 2 stalks of treasured medicine. Zhou Tong operated his divine ability, and a green light swept past and directly rolled up the 2 stalks of treasured medicine. He swallowed the 2 stalks of treasured medicine in one gulp, and the fragrance immediately pervaded his mouth. His mouth was full of rich fragrance, and he felt that all the pores on his body had opened up. At the same time, his deep-sea divine ability was also operating at extreme speed. Above an unfathomably deep sea, a downpour suddenly fell, and the surface of the sea rippled unceasingly. Chapter 753. Time passed by day after day. Zhou Tong, Xiao Chun, and Ku had been searching for treasures all over the Dragon Island. With Zhou Tong's origin technique and Ku's ability to search for treasures, the group almost searched through all kinds of spiritual essences in the mountain range of the Dragon Island. It must be said that this Dragon Island was indeed blessed by the heavens. All kinds of spiritual essences were simply innumerable. In just a month's time, the amount of spiritual essences Zhou Tong's group found had already exceeded Xiao Chen's understanding. During this period of time, he had already divinized more than a dozen acupoints. And on the other side, Zhou Tong was also searching for spiritual essences while using the deep-sea divine ability. He was accumulating the energy contained in these spiritual essences little by little and transforming it into his own foundation. At the same time, his realm had also increased by 2 small realms during this period of time. He had already reached the Historia 4th Celestial Layer. Historia 4th Celestial Layer. If not for sharing half of the spiritual essences with Xiao Chun and Ku, I would have already reached the 6th Celestial Layer. Zhou Tong looked at the snow-white little critter who was rolling on the ground while hugging a spiritual fruit. He was also a little curious. Ku ate so many things, yet its realm is also increasing very slowly. Don't tell me it also has a method similar to Xiao Chen's heavenly monolith technique, or my deep-sea divine ability. However, he was only a little surprised for a moment, because he was very clear the more resources they consumed, the slower their cultivation speed would be. Either their innate talent was too poor, or they were the type who continuously used resources to accumulate their foundation and potential and soared to the heavens in the future. Very clearly, could belong to the type who would soar to the heavens in the future. Time passed by day after day. Jotong's cultivation was increasing at the same time. His understanding of the entire world of a mortal's training system was also steadily increasing. However, just on this day, the Dragon Island welcomed the most special day. Although it was already early morning, what shocked everyone was that the sun actually didn't rise. Furthermore, a chilly wind blew inexplicably between heaven and earth. The Dragon Island was originally a hot tropical island, but now it was gloomy and cold. There was an indescribable, gloomy, and terrifying atmosphere. Well, it sounded like the screams of ghosts, and the ear-piercing screams of the chilly wind could be heard everywhere. After that, the chilly wind that shrouded the entire island suddenly changed and turned into yellow wind. The aura was still extremely cold and gloomy, and the world was a deathly yellow color. Rumble. Just at this time, the yellow clouds shrouded the sky above the Dragon Island, and one after another black lightning filled with endless destructive aura actually appeared in the clouds. The lightning that originally represented the yang energy and righteous energy between heaven and earth was also this sinister and terrifying. For a moment, the aura of the entire Dragon Island became even more bizarre and sinister. In the end, it began to rain heavily. The rainwater was completely yellow, and it looked like yellow corpse water. The yellow rain connected the heavens and the earth, turning into the largest yellow water curtain in the world. All of this seemed so strange and evil, causing one's heart to palpitate. What's going on? Xiao Chun subconsciously looked at the native of Dragon Island, Zhou. Zhou rolled his eyes at him and said, "How would I know? I'm just a baby dragon that's not even 1 year old yet. It's useless for you to ask." Xiao Chun almost wanted to vomit blood. What the hell is a baby dragon? Whose baby looks like you and knows so much about you? Rumble. The sound of thunder shook the world. Amidst the deafening sound of thunder, amidst the torrential rain, an incomparably bizarre thing happened. An incomparably grand and terrifying city slowly emerged from the yellow rain. The city was really too grand. Not only Zhou Tong, Xiao Chun, and the others saw it, even countless practitioners on the Dragon Island saw it. This city that suddenly appeared emitted a majestic aura amidst the rain. Its city walls were several hundred meters tall, and they were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how long this city had experienced. It slowly appeared in front of everyone just like that, and it looked as if it had crossed the long river of time and space. That 100-meter-tall, huge city gate was wide open just like that, facing everyone. Even if there were all kinds of bizarre phenomena in the heaven and earth, they were unable to conceal the scene inside the city. One could see with naked eyes there were pairs of soldiers in the city. They were like ghost soldiers, gloomy and terrifying. There was also a huge beast shadow swaying in the ancient city. It looked like the tyrannical dragon and the monarch lion dragon, these kind of dragons with royal bloodline. However, these dragon shadows were very vague. They couldn't be seen clearly. The heavy rain was like corpse water pouring down from the sky. The heaven and earth were gloomy and terrifying. The ancient city in the rain was simply like a ghost city in hell. The pitch-black lightning made the heaven and earth even more gloomy. Although it was morning right now, it was even darker than midnight. The heaven and earth were filled with ghost fog. There was a kind of gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Especially at this time, the originally pitch-black lightning actually turned into blood-red color. When that glaring blood-red lightning streaked across the horizon, it was simply like a blade cutting open the blue dome of heaven, revealing a bloody wound. What was even more frightening was, when the lightning turned into blood-red color, everyone could smell an extremely rich stench of blood. It was as if the blood-red lightning in the sky was really the blood of the firmament. What the hell is going on? Xiao Chun was also somewhat shaken. Everything was too strange. It made his hair stand on end. However, on the other side, Zhou Tong didn't care about it all. That was because this city was one of his targets. Inside that city was the last part of the heavenly monolith mysterious technique. This city is the supreme step of the world of a mortal's training system leading to the king's stage. Zhou Tong looked at this city. He was somewhat excited in his heart. He finally had the opportunity to come into contact with the most essential part of this world's training system. In this world's training system, once one reached the 9th celestial layer of Zushan, one would have two choices. One was the path of Stone Golem, the other was the supreme path of Zushan. Among them, the path of Stone Golem was to turn one's body and divine sense into a stone body. At the same time, a stone city would form outside the body, using one's own vitality to nurture the stone city, then using the stone city to nurture the stone body. Once the great perfection broke through, one could turn into a stone golem at the center of the stone city and break through. And this was the so-called path of Stone Golem. The biggest characteristic of this path was the body. The body would transform into a stone body and become incomparably powerful. As for the other path, the supreme path of Zushan, it was a completely opposite path. This path didn't have a stone city, and it also wouldn't turn one's body into stone. This path transformed one's divine sense. Once it reached perfection, one could change heaven and earth with a single thought. Once the path of Stone Golem and the supreme path of Zushan are combined, it might become this world's path of Emperor. Zhou Tong looked at the stone city in front of him. His heart was somewhat excited. If he went in now, he might be able to touch upon the king's stage. Chapter 754. Kacha. All of a sudden, a mournful blood-colored lightning streaked across the horizon. At the same time, a burst of mournful screams transmitted from the forest. It was as if a devil was harvesting lives. Zhou Tong naturally also encountered this kind of strange thing. All the trees on the Dragon Island seemed to have come alive. Not good. The trees are alive. Xiao Chun suddenly chopped off a branch with his hand. Then he looked at the forest in shock. He saw the forest beside him turned gloomy and gloomy. Countless luxuriant ancient trees began to dance madly in the blood rain. Especially many of the ancient tree trunks manifested human faces. It looked as if they were possessed by malicious spirits. Those tree trunks moved one after another and firmly restrained the cultivators. After that, they corroded bit by bit and finally absorbed into the tree trunk. This is most likely the work of the dragons. Zhou Tong saw it very clearly. These trees didn't seem to have any indication of making a move against him and Ku. On the contrary, Xiao Chen's side was facing endless trouble. Seems like you can't stay here any longer. You can only go to the Sea of Bones in the center of the island. Zhou Tong still only made a sound by vibrating the air. At the same time, the green light beside him reappeared and enveloped Xiao Chen's body. Then he directly grabbed Xiao Chun high up in the sky. On the other side, he grabbed Ku with one dragon claw. At the same time, he grabbed the three skeletons beside him with another green light. Then he directly used the dragon counter steps and stepped on the sky. In merely a short moment, Zhou Tong brought Xiao Chun and the rest to the Sea of Bones in the center of the island. The entire Dragon Island was actually divided into several parts. The center of the island was precisely this kind of vast sea of bones. Who knows how many lives have fallen here? I remember the world of death also had this kind of sea of bones. Moreover, that kind of unique evolution path of the world of death also exists here. Zhou Tong's dragon eyes looked at the three skeletons beside him. These three skeletons undoubtedly walked the evolution path of the world of death. This sea of bones shouldn't be related to the world of death, right? Zhou Tong was also somewhat curious. Xiao Chun. However, just when Zhou Tong and the rest just entered the Sea of Bones, a slightly pleasantly surprised voice suddenly transmitted over. Zhou turned around and saw a slightly sickly youth walking over. Willow. Xiao Chun was also somewhat pleasantly surprised. The person in front of him was a rare friend of Xiao Chun after entering the world of immortals. This is the Azure Dragon King? You actually subdued the Dragon King? After Willow's greeting with Xiao Chun, his gaze fell on Zhou Tong. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Previously, the Azure Dragon King that had killed a purple dragon was only an ancestral dragon head, a dragon king with a tyrannosaurus body. But now, it had evolved an ancestral dragon tail, an ancestral dragon claw. Isn't this kind of evolution speed a bit too fast? Now that the other dragon kings haven't even shown their shadow yet, a dragon king that walked so fast appeared. It seemed like this generation's Edisaurus had already been decided. Willow was shocked in his heart. His gaze also directly stopped on Zhou Tong's body. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a human pet before? Zhou Tong felt somewhat awkward from Willow's gaze. Furthermore, the word subdued from before also made Zhou Tong feel disgusted. He subconsciously blurted out those words. Xiao Chun and Willow felt a little strange at first, but they instantly understood. Xiao Chun's complexion changed on the spot. Willow's gaze toward Xiao Chun was also very astonished. It even seemed to carry a trace of inquiry. I say, Brother Dragon, your words are too unreasonable. Xiao Chun's forehead was filled with black lines. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would have slapped him on the spot. You guys should also pay attention to your words. Zhou Tong glared at the few of them. Something's wrong? You can talk. However, Willow very quickly sensed that something was wrong. This dragon can actually talk? Frog at the bottom of the well. Isn't it normal for a dragon to be able to talk? Zhou Tong cast a disdainful glance at Willow. Willow was speechless. Along with the passage of time, more and more cultivators gathered on this sea of bones. They were all the youngsters who came to the Dragon Island this time. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze stopped on Zhou Tong, especially when they looked at his dragon tail and dragon claws. Each and every one of them revealed a shocked expression. And when everyone looked at Xiao Chun and Willow who were beside Zhou Tong, they revealed a strong sense of envy and resentment. This dragon appeared beside the two of them. Most likely, it was already subdued by the two of them. For a moment, Xiao Chun and Willow also felt the omnipresent hostility in the surroundings. Boom! At this moment, another thunderbolt exploded, and then the bones on the ground began to move, as if the dead were about to come back to life. Seeing this scene in front of them, even the sky prides of the great sects of the world of immortals couldn't help but tremble in fear. It was really too scary. First the forest, then the sea of bones. Don't tell me they want to chase us into that huge stone city? Xiao Chun vaguely thought of something and exclaimed. It might be true. Willow suddenly woke up. The forest behind us has already cut off our retreat, and now the sea of bones is about to revive this. Why are you thinking so much? Let's just go and take a look. Zhou Tong had nothing to fear and directly set off for the stone golem city. As for Xiao Chun and Lu Mu, they took a glance at each other and followed closely behind Zhou Tong. They walked forward together. At this point, there was no way out, and even if they didn't follow Zhou Tong, they probably wouldn't have a choice when the time came. However, the other youngsters chose to wait and see for the time being, because they weren't sure what was inside the city. Zhou Tong was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the gate of the city. Is that the legendary Buddha's weapon? Willow looked at the wheel inlaid on the gate and exclaimed, Don't be greedy. That wheel is suppressing the power of the city wall. If we act rashly, we will all die here. Zhou Tong warned Willow and the other youngsters who came with him. He remembered that in the original work, there were a few greedy people who acted rashly, and as a result, attracted the suppression of the city and instantly turned into ashes. This kind of city was the key to Ninth Heaven Zhu Shan's transformation into a king, and its power was extremely terrifying. It was simply not something they could resist. Even a little bit of the city's power was enough to completely kill them. Do we really have to go in? Xiao Chen looked at the terrifying scene inside the city and somewhat hesitated. If we don't go in, do you think we could survive? Carefully look outside. Zhou Tong hinted Xiao Chen to look at the distant mountains. Dragon. So many dragons, they're actually flying? Xiao Chen was shocked. The dragons on this island shouldn't be able to fly. How did they suddenly recover their divine ability? You mean the dragons on this island have recovered their divinity today? They want to drive us into the city? Willow also instantly understood the meaning of Zhou Tong's words. Yes, so from the beginning, you didn't have a choice. Instead of resisting, it's better to go in and take a look. Zhou Tong said and took the lead, directly walked forward and entered the city. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.